So okay.
Uh,
Well, let me try and
I think
set this
the
thing up
I think
and
I've
let you test for now.
yeah, I think it should
Mhm.
be fine. I guess I can. Are you gonna do the video thing again, right? Video Ninja.
Yes,
Okay. Let me.
I am going
Do
to
you
do that.
have the link generated already, or is it the same one as before?
I'm interested actually. If we open the same one, does it just work? Like I'm actually not sure.
Not sure.
Let's find out.
I tried it
Let's
earlier
take a look.
today, and it was still. I don't know if it was live or if you could. Like, it was still an active link. It seemed.
That's cool. Okay. All right. Let me give me a second then. Let
Yeah.
me. All right. So video. Okay. See video ninja. Where is it? Video.
I just went live on YouTube, by the way, so don't say anything incriminating.
Okay.
Don't
So
tell us about the pills that you may or may not have hauled from a pharmacy on some Geechee Gotti.
the following. Here's my current list of targets that I'm gonna deal with within the next month. Here's this person,
Yeah.
that person, this leader, that leader.
So
No,
this leader,
you know. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
some Soul
No,
Society heist arc.
bro, Geechee is that man ain't not earning no money, man.
Yeah.
It's tragic, but at the same time, it's kind of a situation of their own doing anyway. So,
Oh yeah, definitely.
like it's just there was no effort to really cultivate the thing. It was a lick. Do you know what I mean? Like man, the man them treated that like a lick, and that's what it was. So eventually, the well runs dry.
Yeah. Did you watch the trailer, the Toy Story 5 trailer?
I saw one in the cinema. I don't know if it's the same trailer I watched, but I know that they're like more going the direction of like kids are all on iPads
Wait, when
and toys and
which
like
film showed the trailer?
are cringe.
How long ago was that?
Zootopia too showed it.
Huh. I don't know. I
Like
don't know. Was it like 2 minutes long or 1 minute 30?
I can't remember. Maybe it was like a minute 30 or so. I don't know. I'm not
Oh,
sure what the time was. No honesty.
it might have been the same one. I'm not
Um,
sure.
maybe, but I mean, I watched Zootopia like I don't know, like 3 weeks ago or something like that. So maybe it's
Yeah.
not the same one. I don't know.
Yeah, I had no idea
Um,
what plot they were going with. Apparently, the rumors about it being like toys versus the tech and stuff was already out there, but I had no idea. So when I saw it, I was like, "That's fucking genius!" And the jokes in the trailer were
yeah, yeah, yeah.
hilarious. So
Okay, cool, cool. It's yeah. I mean, trailer. The thing is, most of the time, trailers to me are hella spoilers, so I tend not to bother watching them.
yeah,
I feel like they give away too much of the plot or too many of these sort of beats that I would value just watching for the first time in instead of and sometimes it's like it can really vary between like whether it's a regular trailer that is just like just showing like a little sizzle reel of like
yeah,
some like cool shots or if it's gonna be like literally
giving away the whole plot. Is
here's
it?
like
I think
yeah
usually
exactly here's
it's
the
the
two those
second
two
and
guys.
third trailer that does that goes way too heavy into the. You might as well not even watch it anymore.
Mm-hmm. Nah, yeah, it can be a bit rough. Regardless, I think I've not watched them like for years. I watch trailers like after I watch the film.
Yeah,
Like most of the time, I just don't really bother because like you know I watch a lot of films in the cinema, but as evidence because I'm late to literally everything. Like usually the trailers are done by the time I get in the cinema, so
yeah.
I don't even bother. I don't even see them there. You know what I'm saying? Um, what else is actually out this year?
I don't even know. I
Let's
guess
take a look
well,
at this.
Doomsday, right? And isn't Spider Man meant to be out this year?
What brand new day?
Yeah. Well, I have
Yeah,
no
I think that
idea.
would make sense because we've heard about it. Like, I think usually if we're going to hear about it to the capacity that we sort of had done, then
Yeah.
it probably is going to be out like uh this year.
I think Odyssey is meant to be out
You
as
know,
well, right? This year.
Oh, that's true. Odyssey is meant to be out this year. Odyssey, I'm looking forward to. A lot of people are crying about historical accuracy or
Oh,
something.
with the
like,
armor. Well, I mean, one of the guys' armor did look straight up like Batman. He just basically the Christian Bale Batman armor, but without the ears.
It did. Yeah. But I mean, like, I just think it's based on a poem, like the Iliad, all the rest of that. Like, it's like it's about like the thing is based on mythology. So like I don't even, and not only is it based on mythology, it's also been done dozens and dozens and dozens of times. Like I've seen Shakespeare plays where it's set in a council estate. Like I've seen noir where like it's set in a high school. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
when things have been done enough, like why are you looking to everything for absolute accuracy? I don't get it. Like if there's no representation of this thing at all, I actually am the person who would say the first representation should be like the most accurate representation. After like it's been done a bunch of times, like I just don't see how you could even bring yourself to care that much.
Right,
Do you know what I'm saying? Like how you get the energy? Because like people are complaining about Lupita Nyong'o and all the rest of that and saying, oh well, she was described like this in the books. It's completely inaccurate. It's DEI, woke DEI, and I'm just like, all right, man,
Yeah.
no problem. Also, man, like
Welcome, C4.
C4.
Be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Yep. And C4 isn't.
Have you got the video ninja thing set up?
Not just yet. I'm trying to clear space and set up my green screen. Give me a sec. Where is that? All right, let me move that. There we go.
Autofocus off. Thank you.
With that said, if you test it with the Video Ninja link that you have there, what was it? Was it working? Did you test it with that?
Yeah. So my current setup should eliminate the issue
Allow
I
for
had
it.
last time. Yeah.
Okay, got you. No problem.
I'll try it again with the. I need to scroll up into the chat and get the link again.
Right. Yeah. Let me move that. This.
Yo.
Greetings.
Oh, hey, Quattro, bruv. Welcome.
What's
Quattro Rababa winner. Man, like Sandrock himself, bro.
Sandrock.
You say mashing up your name?
Mashing up my name, trying to put culture in it.
Man, like Sandrock, but you're black, bruv. Like, nah, Mudrock sounds hella racist. I can't do that. Mudrock.
Well, wasn't Sandrock the shittest Gundam? Wasn't Sandrock the shittest one?
Sandrock was Sandrock. Which one?
Wasn't Sandrock the shittest one?
I mean, define shittest. Do you know what I'm saying?
Just
he
like,
was. He definitely wasn't. He wasn't my goat. That's for damn sure.
You
know what I'm saying?
How he looks. Sandrock Gundam.
Sandrock. It's he had the sickles. Like he had the sickles, and then
who's the pilot?
The pilot is Quattro.
Is that the guy with the Iori haircut?
No, that's fucking
that's
Troa,
right?
Troa Barton. Okay. Troa Barton, and then he has fucking what's it called? Heavy arms.
Oh yeah. Oh, I remember.
Heavy,
Captain now.
I thought Heavy Arms was the best one because Heavy Arms he would be in the middle of like a battle and then he'd just be running out of ammo and I'm just like, what are we doing here?
Man needs to change his name to
Like you
Infinite
know every
Arms,
time.
bro.
No, but he knows every time he's going into battle like this, and then
Yeah.
he runs out of armor, and then he pulls out the little like sort of blades, the little flicky,
Yeah.
yeah, and he just starts like he starts shanking up like Gundams, and I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, cool, but have you thought of perhaps like better tech? And then when they like, upgrade Heavy Arms, he just has like more guns. It's not like it's not like they solved the issue. They're just like, oh, just give him more guns, right? So he can just like shoot for longer and eventually run out of ammo anyway. It's like I don't know, like what we're doing there. Right.
My favorite from Wing was always Wu Fei's Gundam, but I feel like Wing I feel like Wing just had the cool Gundam designs, but the actual action was never that great. The best action in Gundam Wing was the intro, bro. Other than that, it was just nothing else that really popped off like that.
I thought there was a bunch, man. Like I mean, Wu Fei, whenever he I mean, even out of his Gundam, he was sick. Same with Duo. Like
true.
they used to be like infiltrating places. They used to be, Wu Fei was misogynistic. Like it was, what I mean? There was a lot going on.
Yeah.
Right? There was a lot. But like it's my favorite one, and I'm gonna be biased because for a while I didn't bother watching any others. Like I was just like, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. Like I only need to watch this. But I also. The thing about Wing, I think Wing is actually like, it's almost based like incredible. Like I think it's really good. I still think it's really good. I think the issue it has is, I mean, so the thing is, it's 49 episodes, but I think what they're trying to do, if Gundam Wing was 90 episodes instead of 49 episodes, it'd probably be like fairly perfect, I think. Like in terms of what it's trying to do, because it's trying to cover a lot of like political intrigue, a lot of sort of depth in terms of politics and relationships between different characters and stuff like that. Obviously, like it's they're basically friggin' NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, the Gundam group here, but also like they got some interesting aspects to them.
Yeah,
I think like Hatra, even though like Sandrock is like kind of dead. It's not the worst one. I think which one did you think was the worst one? You thought the worst one was Heavy Arms?
I actually think it's Samrock. I think Heavy Arms is the second. I think conceptually Heavy Arms is more interesting than Samrock. I think
Heavy Arms is just guns, bro.
I know, but he leans into that. He's like he's unapologetically guns, and I like that as like a theme. Whereas Sandrock, I don't think his design is good. He's got a crappy little flicky, like a flicker blade, and some buckler, some like sword and shield man. And then his pilot, I don't think his pilot is like that interesting either. But I haven't watched Gundam Wing 6 Toonami like in the early 2000s, so I could rewatch it again as an adult and have a completely different takeaway.
You could. I mean, your favorite pilot was the black pilot, though, right? We're gonna be in agreement.
No, Shenrong, Wu Fei.
Oh yeah. Okay. But you know who the black pilot is, though, right?
Duo.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Wait, why is he the black pilot?
But it's also interesting that I asked you to guess and you just said Duo. And I was just like, yeah, there you go.
That's funny.
Like I think black people would just latch on to like whoever's like either the coolest or the most stylish. We just adopt it. We just co-opt it. We're just like, yeah, he's black now. That's it. Black excellence. Like Piccolo.
Yeah,
right?
I was just about to say.
Yeah. So, okay. Let me this link is.
Yeah, I think I need a new link because that link is not activating anymore.
It's no bueno. All right, cool. Let me close this.
Let me quickly turn on my aircon.
Was it blazing heat over in Taiwan? Or is it like I mean, obviously it's clearly warm. I'm hot enough to want aircon, but is it like where are you actually in terms of the equator? Are you like by the equator? I think you're still north of the equator, right?
Wait, what?
Taiwan.
Oh, wait, I missed the question.
North of the equator, right? Are you still north of the equator in Taiwan? But what I initially asked was like, it must be blazing hot over there.
No, it's still. Today wasn't. It's kind of like just cool, like warm, cool outside. But like a week or two ago, Like it's kind of been dipping in and out of quite cold to just cold and then to warm, but it hasn't gone back to like blisteringly humid and hot yet.
Okay, one sec. And yeah, the second question I was asking is, you guys are like north of the equator still, right? Or you're like close to it, but you're still north of
I
it?
think we're north. I think. But
All
actually,
right, the global north, the global south.
yeah.
Which they use for poor people now is global south. Like that. Let's move that. One day my organizational skills will be, well, functional, but
We will. We await your return, or we await for this day, warriors. Some shit like that.
I know, right? It's like return. It's just
Yeah.
like your inauguration. Right?
Yeah.
Fucking-
My PC's scuffed, man.
What happened?
Really?
Yeah, there's something wrong with the audio, so it keeps cutting out. That's why I wasn't talking. I was trying to see how bad is it. Like, can I still grasp what you guys are saying? And I
Well, you can't hear
can,
anything.
but every now and again it will just like stop giving me audio for like 4 seconds.
Is it the headphones, or have you troubleshooted like? What?
I've done. I changed my mixer. Well, it's either to do with a cable or the mixer. I've got 2 Go XLRs. Tried both. Had the same problem. I looked online. They said you need to get a US. You can't use USB 3.
Oh, it's
So
one of those.
So I bought a converter from USB 3 to USB 2, which I didn't think existed, but it does. Then it worked for like 3 days, and now it's gone back to not working properly.
What
and I
was
was going to say, well, sorry, go on.
I was gonna say what was the because last week you were totally fine. So like, what was the? Is it a thing where even going back to your previous settings from last week is not working?
What I did last week is I plugged in my headphones into my PC.
Right.
And then used the mixer just for my microphone. I could do that, but there might be a buzzing sound through my mic.
Okay.
Only one way to find out, Mr. Lightyear.
I mean, I didn't notice a buzzing sound last time, so it might be okay.
All right, then I might do that then.
Yeah, let's see.
Super annoying, but yeah.
Let's see what happens. I mean, yeah, if it throws you off too much, then yeah, you know what I mean. But failing that, I mean, there's always your. I mean, what, you're on your phone now, yeah? I'm assuming.
Yeah, I'm on my phone, but obviously you guys have been spending time trying to get Charlie's camera on. If I go on my phone, then I won't have my camera. So.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, let me.
Are you still making the link?
If you got Charlie's camera working, I'll just I'll just rearrange the wires, and it should be fine.
Okay, got you. Well, I'm gonna video ninja here. No, the thing what I was doing just now wasn't work on a link. It was cleaning my area to actually look like a human being. It was right, create a run. Secure room name, allow Charles A to Z, blah blah blah. Guest conceded the right tile. That to be performed as well. Prepared video codec H264. This is for this one match. Oh shoot, there was actually one more thing as well. There was the
One more.
What the hell? The one more. It was the people telling me it was dribbling for like a couple people said the same thing about the yo, it's like not letting me watch the stream. Because it was like forcing 1440p. So see settings. Also, let me see. Is this done? Video Ninja. Okay. Previous session was found in the room. Oh, okay. Load the previous session. You said the link doesn't work anymore now. You can try the
Maybe it'll work now.
See if
Okay, hold on.
apparently the thing is still there. Might as well just put markers.
Not working, or maybe it might have generated a new URL. So you might have to just send it to me.
All right, well, it's this one.
Oh yeah, this is looking a bit different. Hold on.
Using OBS other. Oh, wait. Oh, it is looking different. Oh, maybe that's the best one then. 1 sec. Capture
I can
group
join.
scene
I can
using
join.
OBS other.
Join.
No problem.
Bro, that sounds like a gas
Man,
cooker.
it's sparking up.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
stove.
Yeah, man is lighting them up, bro.
Sound like the intro of Shook Ones from Mob Deep, bro.
Sound like a Lil Wayne
Got
intro,
your
bro.
StarCraft the realness. He would be the infamous.
I've got to do it again now because I've got to do it again because I was too busy laughing. Hold on.
Man,
I'm
every
only
time I hear
19, but
someone
my
light
heart
up,
is...
I always just say Lil Wayne intro every time I hear anyone spark a friggin' lighter on a call.
You don't need an audio source, right?
No,
Okay.
I don't need an audio
Okay,
source.
start. So you should see me now. And my stream is still on my camera and my
Yeah,
OBS
yeah.
is still
You're
on.
there.
Okay.
You're there.
I got your StarCraft the realness. Would be the infamous official Queensbridge murderers.
How's that tune go again?
Minor.
The
You minor.
Shook
We
Ones?
major.
Yeah, there
Oh,
you
you
go.
talking about the?
Yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause apparently,
Ding, ding, ding,
yeah.
ding, ding,
The dying cat, that, I'm not gonna lie, that didn't help.
ding, ding, ding.
Because apparently,
Ding,
like
ding,
Havoc
ding,
actually used
ding.
the sound of the stove to get the sound effect at the
Yeah.
start.
And I think it was who was it on
Hold on.
Parks on Joe Budden podcast was always saying that shit was it was off the drums are off beat or something like that, and it always pisses him off.
Oh, in Shook Ones. Oh, I didn't even know.
Yeah, Shook Ones. Yeah. I remember him saying that years back.
Damn.
Because I haven't listened to Joe Budden podcast in a long time. But he was like, yeah, it was I
Bro,
remember
Joe
you saying
Joe
it
Budden
was
rinsed
tough.
Geechee Gotti though. I've been listening to Joe Budden quite often, and he rinsed Geechee Gotti, deservingly so. And Ice and Ish, like the two other co-hosts, were definitely on trying to defend Geechee. That was a good episode.
How?
Like
I guess I have to watch it to find out.
They were just on the I don't condone it, but I understand it. They were taking that stance. But Joe was, I think Joe was trying to ascend. Like Joe was trying to, I think anybody can be like, yeah, I understand it. But like, at what point do we ascend beyond that and try to encourage people to not, rob pharmacies? like what are you? Yeah, Joe was going in. It was actually quite funny.
I'm not doing it. Understand it. I don't understand it at all because you can understand it in the sense that you can always understand why people do bad things. Right. For me, it's not even the like where do we draw the line. It's you've been an active top battle rapper for nearly 10 years, right? And you've actually been given all the opportunities in the world to be able to market yourself, make money off of this scene, and even just like save and put yourself in a good position, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like if I see a footballer being a crackhead by like 40 years old, he could have like severe mental issues, right? Which has and does happen. Like one of my footballing legends from my club Tottenham, like Paul Gascoigne, he's an incredible footballer, but he's like, mentally he's not well. Like, and as a result of it, like he's been like a severe alcoholic and all the rest of this kind of stuff, and all these other things that cause him issues, right? Cool, right? That stuff happens. I actually understand that, like from that perspective, you're a person who is always gonna have those struggles in life. If he's got something kind of comparable to that, obviously sometimes mental health issues can be like kind of invisible, but largely I feel like when you see him talk and all the rest of that, he seems relatively of sound mind and body, at least
Yeah.
in that type of environment that he's of, right? So I don't really give him that type of leeway. And
Yeah.
what I think is that, yeah, like for a decade, you've been given the ability to make money, right, at the drop of a hat. And sure, just like with rappers on record labels, they think that money comes easy and it will just come forever. It doesn't, right? And you've been shown those types of cautionary tales.
Yeah.
So when that comes to a situation now, if he's doing that because he's broke, right, and he's just sort of squandered his money and he's broke and he's just trying to steal pharmaceuticals because I don't know, maybe he's just addicted to some stuff now, right? Yeah, I can't really give him that same type of
grace.
Shoot him that kind of bell. I can't. Yeah, I can't really do that. Like you have to give me something else, and then I'll have to sort of assess it from there. Like what's it? Like Charlie Clips, right? Charlie Clips has been like sort of alleged to have a gambling problem.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, like
I
as
didn't
soon
know
as
that.
he walks out of, yeah, apparently. So I think apparently as soon as he walks like out of the venue of these players, he just goes straight into a casino. Like after battle, he'll just go straight into a casino. Him and DNA used to like do it a lot. I don't know if DNA has the issue as bad, but you know those guys ultimately could get booked anywhere. If Charlie Clips at any point says I want to battle,
Yeah.
in his heyday, he's going to be able to battle. He could battle tomorrow.
Yeah.
And you and the thing is as well, you used to see him. He used to be to the point where he was saturating his brand, right? He used to be battling way too much.
Apparently, Geechee does
like-
have like there has been mention of him gambling his winnings away. So it might be a thing where gambling is an affliction that he has as well.
Right. So he has a gambling problem. Gotcha,
Potentially.
gotcha. So, yeah. So in terms of that, if he has a wait, I'll let I cut you, bro. What are you saying? Okay, no, he can't hear us. So he's gonna have that issue, right? So when Ice and Ish were talking about, I understand. Is that what they were saying? They understand with?
Oh well, they didn't
Like-
bring up the gambling thing. They were more so. They were just talking about like somebody's. Okay, for example, Joe was saying he wasn't buying it because he believes that at some point, Geechee should have certain kinds of people around him. Like he's got a wife, he's got children. You know, he's not just like the fact that he's so high up in the battle rap chain. Like he should have made enough money and been in enough rooms to have amassed a contingency of close people around him to be able to steer him away from doing this kind of thing. And then Ice and Ish will say something like, but how about what if he just wasn't that fortunate and he wasn't able to find the people that you were able to find, Joe, in your life to steer you away from the bad decisions and stuff, which is possible. I just think it's a matter of like either like the likelihood is low of Geechee never meeting those people, or he was able to meet those people but he just didn't he didn't keep them around him, or he didn't have that eye. He didn't even notice that, like, yeah, these are the kinds of people I should have around me. Like, I should be shedding this gangster, lifestyle that I've still attached myself to. So those were the arguments that they were making. They were essentially saying, Geechee just might not have been as fortunate as you socially, because Joe was talking about all the, the social achievements that he's made thanks to the people that he keeps himself around, and Ice and Ish were just saying he probably just didn't have that
Correct,
same, yeah.
So I think in terms of those social those things he was afforded socially, like in regards to Joe, that's for sure. Like Joe's an older person, like by at least 15 years or something like that. So for sure he's gonna have just lived experiences that are just more full-bodied than Geechee. Joe, in the situation he was in, he was getting fucking screwed by labels. The first record deal who was in with Webb and Nitty, Skane Dollar, all the rest of them, man, jump off. He even said he said the first deal I was in was one of the worst deals ever. But I fast realized that these guys are actually killers. So he stay quiet. And so for sure, that can happen, right? And also being in those types of environments, it pushes you to do dumb shit, because there's 2 years before you started to battle rap, you were out on road doing the madness. 2 years after battle rap, and you've got the money on that. People, maybe they look to you to go out and just be the fucking the madman who's just gonna go out and do a madness. Yeah, like now, 2 years later, you're making money, but they're still almost looking at you like it's that. I'm still living in that same type of environment and that same type of system of like, nah, it's about respect, it's about my name and rare. Like then they look at you and now as the guy who's on top. They're gonna be like, okay, so what are you gonna do? Do you know what I mean? What are you gonna do about it? Like, how are you gonna help this situation? Like that those pressures can definitely happen, right? That's why a lot of people, like when they start to get big, they just leave those environments. They go out of the ends and they go and do rare tear. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I just think largely he might not have had those people around him.
Yeah.
But what he did have, I think, is far more control over the money that he was making, right? And the rate at which he could make it.
Yeah.
In a sense of like, you know, that Joe definitely wouldn't have had in the same kind of way. So I just think like once that money is coming in that kind of way, like maybe nobody's taught him, right? And that is unfortunate that nobody's taught him. But also like people when they are of a higher stature are held to a higher standard. Like that's just part of being a public figure.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they're always not going to be held by the same as the person who's in the house right now with the same type of issues, because you know you've been giving what is some people would consider to be a privilege, right? Some won't consider it to be privilege. They'll say, well, it's done by like sort of skill and talent, right?
Yeah.
And those things obviously factor into it, but at the same time, you know, sometimes skill and talent aren't even the only things, right? Sometimes people are just good at marketing themselves, they're good at networking, it's just nepotism. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
There's like various things that could factor in. So I don't know. I think I could never do that. I understand. It's the same thing with like with Sue Surf, bruv.
Yeah.
Sue Surf's been in and out of jail how many times? And he's been around them kind of man. Joe, technically, for what they're saying, or what if they weren't afforded, what if he didn't have those people around him? Joe was one of those people around Sue Surf who was saying, bro, if you keep going, you're going to be in jail for the rest of your life. Like, and you are literally a person who right now is clearly intelligent, can actually make music, unlike 99% of battle rappers who rap off beat, yeah? You can make music and you can also, you're an intelligent person, you're a good speaker, you're a good battler, right? You have literally the world at your feet potentially, and you're choosing to do what? You're choosing to go and ride out. Like, you're an idiot. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, and then look at what happens now. I don't know. I mean, maybe he'll start snitching and he'll only get like 2 years again, as opposed to the 20 he should be getting every time. Every time I was here about like Rico charged 10 years and then all of a sudden he's out. Like he's out like 4 months later. I'm just like, okay. So yeah, no, I can't do it. Same thing with Clips, man. Even Charlie Clips, like that's one of my favorite battle rappers of all time. But I can't. You know, a gambling addiction is a serious addiction, right? Yeah. I've had conversations with people where people have asked, oh, what would you rather have, alcohol addiction or gambling? And they keep saying like, bro, I don't want gambling. I can't do it. Yeah. They said like, bro, like they watch people just like gamble their lives or gamble everything. They show off their back, like, and it's too easily accessible to be able to throw your money away. Like, alcohol, like, don't get me wrong, people obviously they'll be trying to drink mouthwash and all the rest of that stuff, man. But like the shops can close. Yeah. Like gambling look closed, man. You can that shit's in 24/7. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so let me put this down here. Let me turn off that one.
C4, were you able to redeem yourself?
Don't know.
I think so.
Oh,
can
nice.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can hear you great.
Cool. I can't hear myself, but it's whatever. I'll get used to it.
Oh, you always hear yourself in your sound setup?
Yeah.
Do most people prefer
you monitor that back? I don't.
Yeah, I can't hear myself. I prefer not to.
You could do it. I mean, do you know how to do it, or you just don't want to do it?
Both. Both. I don't know how, and I don't want to.
Okay, cool. Well, then I guess telling you is pointless. Then if you don't want to do it,
It's like standard commentary stuff, because obviously, normally when I commentate, I'm with someone else.
Oh yeah.
So to get dev, normally have to have my own feed, so we can both hear each other, find out if someone's louder than the other.
Yeah.
For that, 100%, right? 100%.
Yeah.
Like,
I just got used to it.
Mix.
So I just do it at home. Even when I'm talking to myself, I just do it at home.
Oh dear. Right, hang on one sec. Let me take this off.
Did you get my camera feed? Right.
I will look right now. I can tell you. And the answer is okay. you want the good news or? I mean, there isn't good news. Do you want the bad news or? I don't get it. Let me see. What can I do there?
I clicked on the link, the Video Ninja link. It adds
Okay.
camera.
Okay, let me see. Maybe if I refresh. Let me refresh this. If I refresh this, actually, I wonder if it just creates everything or if you guys stay in there. Okay, now I see you and I don't see. Okay, let me actually throw it through OBS because I think the Video Ninja window is just lying. Okay, yeah, now I see you both. All right, great. Okay, let me switch over to desktop. Give me 1 second. Cool. There we go. Let's see. So let me open up OBS. Shut down everything else. Talking to Ocon. Okay, how to change. Okay, run through. Adjust live stream. Okay, the gear settings will load a video preview and adjust live stream. Okay, because yeah, this is something I need to address because
What's that? What's the problem?
it was forcing that 1440p like streams last time,
Oh,
and some people watching from yourself. So I'm trying to see how I can adjust that.
should be in your output. Something about your streaming output in OBS settings. I think maybe your canvas and your streaming output are matching. And your
So
because you can set like a downscaler. Your regular canvas can be 1440p, but then you can set it so that it uses like the special like scaling options to downscale the actual stream to 1080 or 720. So
that's normally what I do. And I'm wondering why that's not been the case in here. Maybe because I switched over actually from different services to Restream, it just changed something. Let me see.
Oh yeah, well yeah, if you're going through, it's probably a Restream thing then, because you're using Restream for the multiple platforms, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's probably something in Restream.
See this done. Output mode simple and output. Streaming video bitrate 6,000 kilobits. Video encoder hardware Apple H.264 audio
Apple,
encoder.
unbelievable.
You're the one who sold it to me, bro. Blame yourself.
Mad.
Not this one that I'm using, but he set me on the journey.
Path. I was a Doctor Strange doing the one timeline.
The one time, like, you gave me the poison apple, and now it's like this guy's on the floor, like just so look what he's done to himself. How dare you? Oh, output scale resolution 2560 to 4040. But then the thing is like no, but that's like that should be, if the scale resolution is 1440, then it should give you everything leading up to that. Why is it not doing that?
It's a Twitch thing. That's where the Twitch, it might be a Twitch issue. But you usually you don't, with Twitch you don't want to really be going over 1080 anyway, because like most viewers are not benefiting from it, so it's just a waste. It's
I
not
don't
worth the
disagree.
risk.
But obviously, like the options, right, is like are necessary, because there's, especially even if you're listening to like a podcast or some audio and you don't really care about the visual, you could just bump it all the way down to like 144 or whatever the hell, and then just listen, as opposed to watching whatever's on the screen. It doesn't really affect you.
Yeah.
If I bring it down to 1080, that's like better for sure. Then I still have that issue. Let me go from 1442 to 1080 right now. And see what we have there. Now let me also. Charlie Cam. Could you? Oh no, I can just get it myself. Actually, can't I? Yes, I can. Copy solo view link. Just add that. Right, Charlie Cam is showing up. Are you moving or are you frozen?
No,
You are
just-
good.
Just locked in, fighting this monster,
Fair enough, fair enough.
crashing this plane. With no survivors.
Must find one of us in the wreckage, brother. Yes.
Oh, must find one rush in the wreckage.
Hard carry the
The
Shit
movie? Yeah, exactly. Hard carried, boy.
some shitty film. That was the beginning of Christopher Nolan's like decline.
But I still can't believe that Batman beat Bane by just punching harder. Like, it was like, what do I win? Aha. Punching harder.
Yeah, I mean, you know, billionaire, philanthropist, playboy, genius, Bruce Wayne,
Yeah.
punch harder. I mean, absolute Batman is a thing now, right? And he just looks roided out all the time. So maybe that's like, that's the way now. That's the new hotness.
Yeah.
Just punch and punch. Oh, your output is
What happened?
more frozen. I mean, it's stuttering. Mace's is fine. Yours is stuttering.
Stuttering.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's like a freeze frame that just changes every 3 seconds.
it's weird. I'll check the window. I think maybe it's. Hold on.
Oh, is it just because of that you're playing
It shouldn't be.
right? Okay.
How about now? Well, it might take some time to update.
Yeah. Now it's fine.
It's
Yeah.
fine now.
Oh, now it's okay. Now it's back to what I was saying before.
Yeah, I can.
was
see
fine
I
for a
can see
little
it
bit.
Stuttering. I think it.
I can tell you're lying, 'cause when you're implying, stutter, stutter, stutter.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. It shouldn't be my upload. I don't know how much resources Video Ninja takes, but
Minimal. It's designed to be like almost nothing. I think that's why like everyone sort of prefers Video Ninja in
Yeah.
terms of you know, rather than even streaming your own camera. It's like, oh, you can just give me a link and then just like it flips
yeah.
on your camera and then you're good.
My game's
Um,
also been stuttering as well, actually. I thought it was just lag, but it could be. But like my CPU
Have you tried
usage is
turning it
only,
off and on again?
2.8%. Like very low. You said try turning what off? The game?
No, I mean your whole rig, maybe, if that makes a difference. Well, when you in your own time, do you know what I'm saying? Like, but let me, okay. Or if you have like another solution, but I'm not too sure. Right, let me
Is it still doing it now?
find out. Let me look.
Yeah, I can see
Yes.
it. I can see it doing it.
Yeah. Okay, let me close this.
It might be a side effect of the solution with the being able to have my camera open in
Oh.
multiple ways. It might just be
Right. It could be that, yeah. You could be right.
One way to test could be like I could try to give you my feed in Discord instead, or
Sure.
I can try it.
Yeah, we could try that. I had to find out a way to stream that. Let me figure it out. Go on. Let me throw that in there and see what happens.
Okay, I'm gonna end my video ninja thing then.
Sure.
Okay, that's ended, and then let me turn on camera. Okay, my camera's on in
Ja-
Discord.
Okay, let me close that. Cool. Yeah, I mean, it looks around Discord. So let's see. Show my camera now. No video participants. Cool. And then what we do, pop out video. We do a pop out view. Bring that down, and then if we go OBS, OBS, fucking okay. Now what would I do here? Would it be? Wouldn't be macOS screen capture? It'd be like.
Oh, you wanna grab
Yes.
the camera from OBS?
Yeah, I'm trying to grab your image there, like, but I'm trying to sort of find
The best
where
source.
I would direct OBS to.
I think window capture, right? We could capture the window from Discord.
Let me see.
Or...
My options are audio input, capture, browser, capture card device, color source, image slideshow, and macOS audio, macOS screen, media source, scene, siphon, client, text, video capture device, VLC video source. So I guess
You don't have window capture?
maybe it's from macOS screen capture, probably from there. Let me see. Let me do Charlie, Discord, cam, method, display capture, window capture, application capture. There we go. Or let's try window capture, in fact.
Yeah, but both should work. Application or window capture.
I think I've tried application before, and it was like it showed me Discord, but it wouldn't show me like specifically what I'm asking for. And obviously Discord's got all the other bells and whistles in the background.
Yeah.
Cool. I think I've got you here actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got you here. So let's try it out. Sweet, and it is looking better. So that's good. So let's put you there. There's no like crazy delay, anything. That should be all right.
How are you getting
I
the
need to crop that,
sound
actually.
from my camera?
I'm recording
from...
my desktop audio.
Oh,
so
okay, got it.
your yeah. So I get both you and Mace just like talking through that, and it's usually fine.
Amazing.
If there's like if I look back and it's like delayed or anything like that, then that's something I'll sort out. Amazing.
Amazing.
Properties. No, I don't want to do properties. I want to do crop because I need to crop that top part out. Transform. No, there should literally be a crop option. Let me see.
I think you have to do something like Control Shift.
Control Shift, yeah.
Something like that in OBS.
Shift. Okay, let's see.
I can't remember if it's Control Shift or Alt Control Shift, some sort of combination like that.
Okay, got you.
Have you tried Alt F4?
Yeah.
The classic. Hit him with the classic.
Man will just see my boom. Transition order. Transform. No, I literally had this because this is something I did on my own. It was like maybe it's a filter. Is it filter? Let me see effect filter. No, it's not that. Oh, wow, it's very bizarre. Okay, let me find it. Properties. No. Reselected. Okay, well, if that's not okay, let me see my shit. So my own camera is where Maze camo. Okay, let me see if I can crop that. If the option's there. Resize output. No, what? Just typing crop. let me just go crop. Crop's also OBS. Hold Alt or Option and drag. Oh, okay, yeah. So you were close on what you were saying. It's just, yeah, you hold the button, you drag.
Right.
So hold Alt or Option and drag. Yes. Technology. Oh yes. Oh, that's fantastic. Cool. Great. Sweet. All right, that should be cool. That looks good. Oh no, that's a little off. Okay, that looks good. A little bit more. Okay. And then there we go. Do you mind if we talk sort of meta podcast related stuff while you're streaming, Charlie, or is that you don't want to keep it for
No,
whatever?
anything's fine.
Okay, well, just wanted to get Mace's input, right? We were talking before about the so Mace, before we were talking about so obviously we know what we're gonna be talking about today, somewhat, right? We've got like sort of brief idea of it. But I was saying I was happy to sort of go online, go live stream the discussion. I wasn't sure if I was going to call it like Talking Token necessarily. I was just going to be like, well, since it's about general, FGC related conversation, I was happy to like, upload it and just like clip it up and stuff, but maybe not necessarily call it Talking because it wasn't like directly talking. That wasn't like directly Marvel Token related. It was more just like general stuff. We could sort of, we could find a way to sort of rope it in, but it didn't feel like it was like focused Marvel Token related stuff. So I was maybe like obviously happy to upload and whatnot, but just whether I was going to put the name on that on there, I wasn't so much as thinking to do that. Charlie was saying that he thinks that there's value in doing that because if you've got a bunch of episodes of the podcast sort of racked up by the time like it launches and that the game launches and you've got more to talk about, you've got like a number of stuff, episodes and whatnot behind your belt. And I was saying, well, I'm happy to sort of have the smaller number of episodes, but just be more focused in what the related content is. What are your thoughts on that? Like in terms of what you think is. I mean, what do you even think about like us sort of throwing this under like the sort of Talking Token brand?
Suspense.
Yeah, I don't know. The titles, I mean, yeah, the title kind of locks you in. I mean, that's why I changed my one to something generic. So when you put other topics in there, it doesn't cause confusion. But I don't think it's that deep. I don't think it's that deep.
Okay. All right, fair enough. In that case, then that's two. That's one saying it's not that deep. One saying thinks it's worth doing. It's I'd put it's not that deep on more of the it's fine to do thing, like pile.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Noted.
I mean, you can always put it in another playlist.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is my charger? Charger. Oh, charger is there. Cool. All right. This looks like it works okay in terms of you guys's. Yep. Cool. Let me plug this in. Let me close that. Okay. Cool. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, I think you're working okay. That's cool. Oh, why is that freezing? Oh, that's not good. Oh, that was horrible. What's happening with that? All right, let me just give me 1 second. All right. And I think some audio was like blowing out. Did you guys listen back to the to the podcast at all?
No, I haven't.
Nah,
Okay.
I haven't yet.
Want to know like if I just want to know if like levels and audio wise, you guys feel like you're
I
okay.
checked a bit of it just to see levels for like a few minutes, and it was fine.
Then how was it?
From the bits that I skimmed through, it was fine.
All right, cool. Well, sick. Just put that down. All right. Cool.
I'm just gonna get a drink real quick.
Yeah. Take your
me
time.
too.
I'm just wrapping up this thing. I'm just gonna go throw it on. But yeah.
Wash my eyes.
Wash your eyes.
Arita keno yume wo. Come on, finish it.
Leo.
Ruined.
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 What, Leo?
No, it's Kagi Atsume. Come on, Matt. Come on, man.
Oh, I couldn't hear you. I actually I just heard like noise, and then I was like, oh shit, I haven't got my
okay.
headphones on.
Never
And then
mind.
you said something.
I sang the first line of the One Piece, the We Are theme, and I was hoping you would finish the next line, but you didn't. Ruined.
No, wait, no, that's
Yeah, it's close. Sagashimono,
no, but that's the second part. That's the
Sagashi.
second line.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's the first line. Okay. Yeah, it's
There you go. Bars.
Pocket queen.
You wanna be my boy.
My boy.
Boy.
We are
In
the
the ends.
We are in the ends. Is that your? Should compose it. Should do it, man.
Yes. Summon the abilities of JME. Get the JME remix.
Box man in the face with the exit key. What's him in the face with the? Don't eat pork. Only eat rice.
Bro,
Man is vegan.
he's used the
That's
box
nice.
man in the face with miscellaneous keys so many times.
Bare times, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like it's always, I'm not breading man. You're not my boy. Box you in the face. You know what I mean?
Spit in your face.
It's always that. Yeah, exactly.
Spit in the rave and then spit in the face.
Spit in the rave. Spit in your face. Like he's almost as aggy as fucking as Temper T, but it's
Yeah.
just that I don't know. He gets away with it because of his flow, I guess,
Mm.
and Temps just start shouting. What kind of things does he have?
It's bare noise.
Okay, none of your CDs back.
Man got robbed.
Go for the HCTV,
Yeah, them days.
classics. Right. Here we go. I'll just wait that for now.
Back.
Back on the attack.
We just go.
Almost.
Yeah, we ready?
Almost. I should change it. Oh, my clothes. There you go. Oh, this looks like shit. Oh well, whatever. Well, looking bummy. It's all good. Right, let me switch out this do-rag.
Have you heard the Fatal Fury stage music that he dropped?
Stage music.
Yeah.
I ain't even had that, you know. Let me check
Oh,
that.
I think I came across it on Twitter, but I thought it was like a fan edit. I didn't think it was real.
Yeah, it's the music's been in this game already, but I think yesterday they dropped the lyrics to it.
Can you link it?
Stevie Aoki? I don't know. I can't pronounce.
Oh, Steve Aoki.
That's the one. Bro, I listened to it. I think if you put good bass or something, I'll probably nod my head to it, so I can get on it. Then I heard the lyrics, and I've never heard something so AI generated in my life.
Oh, no.
It's mad. It's. They say "hot damn," and I'm like, has anyone ever uttered the words "hot damn"?
What damn is? Yeah, I don't know about all of that, Chief. I'm not sure about that one.
I feel AI saw lyrics saying "god damn" and got it twisted and went "hot damn."
Maybe the governing body in charge of SNK Play More was like reviewing the lyric. Here is a list of acceptable lyrics that you can have.
All bad
Hot
baddies
damn.
get your freak on. Wait, what?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, check the chorus and then you'll be
Okay,
like,
cool. Okay, maybe not then. Okay, maybe not. I rescind whatever I was just saying then. If it's all the baddies get your free content, yeah, I don't know if the, you know.
You know what's worse? It's not even all baddies. That would make sense. It's bad baddies.
All bad baddies.
Bad.
All bad baddies get your free content. It's like an amalgamation of like Missy Elliott, Cisco. Like you've just had a list of like hip hop tunes, got the titles, and then like made an amalgamation of all the key buzzwords in them. It's
It's a Shang Tsung, like just friggin' just changing literally like in the Missy Elliott videos where she be like changing faces,
Yeah.
or like black or white or something like that. So like dancing, he's like changing and like, okay, I'm gonna use this mode. Ugh. He's like
26, bro. It's just
it's like trying to form Drake, just Sharingan and everyone's friggin' bars and lyrics and whatnot. Alright, cool. Let me put this down and then be good to go.
I think it should be alright to play on screen. I don't know. Charlie probably listens to the
Yeah,
background.
I'm listening
but
to it now.
yeah, I think it's because it's in a game. It should be okay. But I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
They don't even finish lyrics, bro. They get to like the verses and they just give up halfway and then just I can't remember what they say. It's so wild.
They just say Like they just got the script, it's like lyric here.
Yeah,
Bro,
it
one of the
sounds
lyrics is
good.
literally-
It's just the subject matter is it's just very off. Like, yeah, I don't know what they were thinking there.
They just put. Did they not just? So I don't think the tune, the instrumental, I don't think it's AI because like I said,
Right.
it's been in the game from when it dropped, and I was like, okay, it's different for like a fighting game BGM, but it's cool. If there's a DJ in the game, it makes sense. Fine, drop the house music in there. The lyrics is like, okay, we need to add lyrics to this song that we've already established. I don't know why.
Yeah.
And then they just asked ChatGPT for club words, like.
Are you saying that you think they use AI to make the lyrics, or you think they use AI to have the singer like sing the lyrics?
I think the lyrics. I think the lyrics are they are so incomprehensible to my mind.
To me,
That
I think a human could have done it because it's not that far off from like English, right? Like if you get like some Japanese musician trying to sing a part of the song in English and it's very broken and not like proper grammar, it's not that far off from that kind of vibe. Although it's Steve Aoki is the one who did it. He's an American. He's American, right?
He is an American DJ. Yeah.
I also think it could be purposely cringe. Like somebody could intentionally write it in a way that's supposed to sound like English style, which is a strange choice, but it's a choice.
Like the it's a choice. Like when it comes to American DJs, like they're not really known for like their lyrics, so
yeah,
they're more known for like the beat, right? Like I couldn't name you one. I mean, he's a rapper really, but Flo Rida, right? Most of it's just and I'm just like, okay, all right. I'm not picking up what you're putting down, but you know, you're saying some stuff. So here we are.
Yeah, I just hear the lyrics and I'm like, it just reminds me of like a kindergarten. What rhymes with tasty? And then one of the lyrics is, "They look so tasty. Please, club, don't break me." I'm like, but the broken English thing kind of makes sense, kind of.
It feels so tasty. Please, club, don't break me.
Exactly. Yes.
Holy shit.
Make sense.
Yeah, that's But like, at the same time, them men are probably just like, let's say the thing. Let's say a thing. I mean, it sounds cool, right? You know, am I right, guys? Huh? Yeah. I don't know.
I feel like if like battle rappers, sometimes they have a sick line, and then they're like, okay, for me to put this line, I have to put something after it, which isn't going to do it justice. But I don't know. It's just filling the gaps. Bar of the gaps. That's what it is. And I'm like, don't just.
Reminds
me
you of yeah.
They do that, and then some of the lines they just elongate the word, so they just go like, "In the club," and it's like, okay, there was no other words. Fine, cool. Dude,
like battle rapping, even as you said, like I remember Dot is like known for being the reach god, and he's just like, you know, he'll be like, oh, I got a Beretta, and then like he'll find a way to.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah,
what's up, Ace?
to say
How's
the
it going, man?
umbrella.
Sorry, I just saw you.
And I'm just like, come on.
Doing okay? Just,
but then obviously he just
getting ready
became
to
reach. That he
record a
leaned into it. He was
podcast
smart as well
with
to,
friendos.
to just be like, all right.
How about you? How you been doing?
They call me Dawson because I reach and I spit fire. I drop classics after classics after classics.
I don't know. If they lean into it, I don't mind it. I think reaches can be funny sometimes. It's just like, how you deliver it. Delivery.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Probably like the most important thing about everything in battle rap. You can say Daylight says the most dumbest stuff, but his delivery's so good. You're like, okay, okay.
You know the funny thing about Daylight as well is that Daylight is actually one of the most technical rappers like in battle rap, but he gets so frustrated with the fact that
nice. Congrats.
he doesn't feel like the crowd gets him
shit.
that he just starts trolling.
What is the new job? What was your old job and what's your new job? I totally.
I was like, him versus like B Magic is like a classic one where it's like
how
he
big of a
did
change
some
was
like
it?
red pill, blue pill shit because the Crips. He did the blue pill, the entire round is set around that. Everything, all the lyrics were like found a way to like link back to being blue, like the ocean or all this other. And I was like, he was putting in real effort. And then he had some battle where like people just started booing him in the middle, and he goes, "Oh, don't do that." But and then after that, he just trolling. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a real shame.
Um,
He's like one of those
right.
kids that get in trouble all the time because they're too they know the curriculum. They know
Yeah,
the subject
exactly.
matter. Yeah.
Exactly, right? So they're bored because they're just like, no, we know, like I've done all this ages ago, and then people don't really get it. They just look at him like, oh, he's an unruly child, like
Mhm.
he's just whatever, and that's it's unfortunate, but he'd be like
Yeah.
he'd be like that. All right, let me put my camera right there.
All right, let's get this rolling. So, this is
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
I'm a financial crime investigator now. Before I was in university and just looking for work. Okay, finally heard back. So is this your first? Is this your first job or your first job within the field that you studied in? Congrats, man. That
Right, I
sounds
don't
like
have an abundance
financial crime
of notes on
investigator.
this one,
Sounds
so
like a pretty
feel free to
pretty high salary job and a pretty
direct
prestigious job. Something that you can be
the
proud to say.
conversation if you feel like
Good
it's
shit.
starting to lag or it's
Your
not
first
actually
job as
quite
well.
what
Wow,
you
yeah,
had in mind
double
when you're
good shit
thinking
then.
about something like this.
Like what exactly? So you'll
'Cause,
be investigating financial
I don't
crimes,
think we're gonna
right? I
go. We're
guess
not gonna go through the whole
that's what the name suggests.
thing, right? In terms of
It sounds like a hard job, like something you gotta
one sec. In terms of the
like really think about.
the entire article, right? Which is probably gonna be
I guess you won't have much time for Monster
specific
Hunter
talking points.
while you're
Nope.
doing this job.
Right.
Sorry, say that again. What did you say?
I said feel free to direct if you feel like the conversation is lagging or whatever, right? Because it's because no, this was one that you were suggesting. So if there's like stuff you feel like you want covered, just feel free to ask the question or to lead into it in some kind of way.
Yeah.
And we're happy to talk about it. Because I don't have like an abundance of notes on this one. All right, let me switch this to 1080 60. There we go. Oh, so this is chroma. Effects, chromatic, no. Okay, and then let me set this. Cool. Let me see OBS. Right there. Cool. Can set this to be a bit brighter. All right, sweet. Right, test. Let me just do a quick recording. If you're recording path could be not be opened. Let me just set that. Output. Recording path. Oh, I see, because I had it in
It's really fun. It's a fun job. Damn,
which actually makes a lot more sense.
I don't know. For some reason, financial crime investigator doesn't scream. If I was to guess what kind of vibe it gives, it wouldn't. I wouldn't guess fun or really fun. Maybe I'd guess like interesting or important or
test. Say some stuff if you
or like valuable
please,
or enriching.
At
I'm
all?
glad it's fun though.
1 2 1 2. One memento.
1 2 3 3 1 5.
Cool. So I've got to turn Mace down just a little bit. He's a little bit louder than Charlie. Just get a bit of parity.
Locally.
Yeah. Right, use volume. We'll just bump that down a little bit. 136% now. Say something again, please.
Greetings.
Greetings. Howdy, partner. There's
Howdy,
a snake in my boot.
you may roll.
There
There's
it
a
is.
snake in my
All right, cool. Yeah, all right, cool. Let me head that back just real quick. Yeah.
Bro, that Toy Story 5, that's a day one watch. Day one. I was pleasantly pleased by that trailer.
I need to still watch it.
It's pretty good.
That didn't work at all. What the hell? All right. Let me just plug this in and then
I just think it's fun. It's almost
I'm
like
pretty
a
sure you can
puzzle
be
for
heard
each
on the
case.
stream, so I'm gonna.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, it could also be that you've
Right.
just started the job. It's a new
Right.
job,
Then
so
on my camera,
the funness
my
of it. It
audio
kind of reminds you of like when I was a
is
kid
that right?
and my and I first, you know, when like you first start to wash the dishes, right? I'll never forget thinking that
Okay.
washing the dishes was fun. Like, wow, I get to play with the soap
Charlie
and clean the
Cam,
plates and
Discord
play with the
Cam.
water. And then my brothers were like, you think it's fun now, but
those things.
after a few days,
Give
this
me
is going to
that,
be the
give me
bane of your
that.
existence. And lo and behold,
Must
washing up
capture,
went
shit
from
like that, give me
extremely
that.
fun to I despise doing this and I never
Oh,
want
I
to do
know
it again.
exactly why that's happened. Yeah, it's
So,
a good thing I did bloody.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe the new job is
background
going to
music.
turn out to be one of those situations.
Yes, please. Close that.
What happened? We didn't. Our sound was shit.
No, it wasn't picking up your audio at all. So now say something, and I think you should be okay.
Okay. Yes, yo. It's working.
Silence though.
Oh no. Oh
Okay,
no.
okay. You could literally couldn't hear me. All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, six. All right, good. Mace Windu, can you say something?
1 2 1 2. Can
Okay,
you
Charlie, can you
hear
say
me?
Aritake no yume wo
Oh my god.
kagiatsume. Sagashi
All right,
mono.
see this now.
Sagashi. Niyuku no sa. One Piece.
Why is every? Oh my god. For God's sake. We are. Okay, let me switch this off and on. I'm
I
getting
don't
some
know.
issues,
Loki, it
but I'm
has
gonna
spread
just
into my
rectify that in a
dreams. I dream of
second.
working the case, wake up,
Let's
and then I'm confused why I'm in bed and
God.
not in work. It's a problem. Yeah, it sounds like a
me
very
close
all-encompassing
this and
kind
reopen
of
it.
job that requires all aspects
see,
of
none
your
of this
being,
was gone.
mind,
It's just
body,
like
and
in there.
soul. So that will creep.
What are you
That
talking
kind
about?
of
Can't
job
hear
will
you.
creep to your
Can I
dreams
hear?
for
Oh,
sure.
maybe I can't hear anybody. Hold
I
on.
think Charlie's talking to his stream.
Yeah. I'm muting the mic
Oh.
to talk to the chat. Yeah.
Oh, no problem. Okay, cool. I'll put that back for music. Cool, no problem.
Alpha Blade.
Close this. Beta Blade. Let me close OBS and reopen that. Cool.
Bro, how many tings, bro? We must be almost. I feel like this is them rushing nesting dolls. Just to keep the dolls. Each thing is just unlocking a new sound problem.
Yes, sir. Oh, you should have heard it. It's like chipmunks. It sounds like it just it's yeah. It's
Wait,
no,
even
it's
now,
no bueno.
even now, it's fucked.
I can hear you fine, but when I just listened back, it was like a mess. Let me see. Right, no capture. Discord. Is it window?
As
There
for
you
Monster
go,
Hunter, I
should
still
fine.
hop on just different hours. I've been helping some friends get
Cool.
higher ranks so
He's
they can
talking to his
fight. Oh yeah.
people.
Yeah,
I'm
82
gonna start
Arc Build was
recording
quite
once
brutal.
more.
I think he killed me like
Mr.
3
says something
times
quick.
before I finally cleared it.
Yo. Do I still sound like a chipmunk?
Hopefully
fight,
not.
though.
Let's see. I'm gonna listen back.
Shame that the armor is not like super meta changing, at least not for bow. Greetings. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 10.
Oh my god, what is going on? Man said 5'7" to avoid the meme. I respect it.
Meme dodge.
Good meme dodge. Oh
So
god.
so the stream audio is messing up. Like,
I don't know if it's specifically going to be the stream audio when it happens, but basically, just to sort of a quick listen back on this, I'm getting. Oh my god, it's not even. You just hear like distorted chipmunks, and it's like sort of robots, chipmunk robots. So
how many things have changed from our last setup, other than the video? I guess it's the lack of Video Ninja. That's the only main difference from before.
yeah, there's not really any real difference. So I think if anything, if it's going to be anyone, it's going to be me. That's probably causing an issue.
Wait there, I don't know if I turned the audio off. on.
I can hear you via OBS, and I think it should still pick you up via OBS. It actually picks both of you up. It just picked me and
I
everyone
played it
else
for
up. As
5
like,
minutes and I was like, some of these
chipmunks.
attacks look unethical. And then my
Yeah,
son
I
texted me
just
that he
muted
wanted to fight
my
Tio, so I
video
left the
ninja because
quest.
it wasn't muted before.
Yeah,
So
he's got a
that's
string of it. Like, there's some sequences where he just attacks you like
let's
like
see. Maybe it will just
it's
be.
gonna say 6, 7, but it's literally like 6 or 7 times
Just be fine.
before
let's
he
see.
gives you some breathing room.
Scored window.
Yeah, it's very for Bo. It's a very
Let's see what's happening.
it's a very like it requires maximum attention at all times, so it's quite tiring because Bo very likely gets one shot
Sweet,
by
man.
any of his attacks.
Let me also just bring up.
So you just really got to be plugged in the whole time. So like I fought him, I streamed maybe 3 days ago, and like after fighting him like 7 or 8 times, I just got exhausted. Not because I was sleepy tired, but because the amount of brain power I needed to stay focused, to stay locked in was quite high.
Oh, and then we're just gonna go through.
Oh yeah, you guys are playing. Yeah, it's basically no hit.
Oh my god.
Or yeah, no hit or like 2 hits, because usually you'll always survive with the Gogmazio set, right? You get the mutual hostility shield,
Control,
which is very handy. But yeah, once that shield is gone,
Fresh browser will see me
and then you see the text like your shield is no longer there. It's like, oh fuck, I better not get hit again, otherwise it's
There we go.
GG's.
Okay.
I am quite annoyed though that like I was excited
Yeah,
for the
that's the
10-star
first,
monsters giving the higher tier charm drops, but you only get like two,
Yeah, I can't get this,
2 to 3 of them.
the
You only get
browser
like 2 to 3
behave
of them each
on,
hunt, which is so annoying.
on OBS, by the way. So I'm not
I
sure
would
why
gladly
that's the-
just pick up the game and
that's the case,
farm
but
maybe like 3 to 4 hunts every day. If
let me see. I'll just switch
if I
to-
got
to
like
Google on this
5 or
one.
6 charms out of each fight. 2 to 3, that's stingy as fuck.
Or just go straight.
It's quite annoying. I don't know why they decided to do it that way.
Close this. I think
It's
I know
like,
what
hey
to do,
guys,
actually.
here are these charms give higher chances to drop
Just gonna
God
go straight.
charms, but we're only going to give you
Gonna
like
put
2 or 3
multiple
drops
on
each 10-star hunt.
settings.
It's kind of annoying.
Measurement essential. Reject. all.
Yeah, I've the most I've ever gotten
Cool.
is
And then we're
3 or
gonna-
4. I think AT Arc
Add this
Veld
here,
gives
we're going to
more,
go window capture again.
which is annoying. I hope
Don't make up
not
screen
only is that
capture.
not only do I not think that's the case, but I hope that's not the case, because then that would just funnel people into only hunting 10-star AT Arc Veld, when the whole point of
I'm gonna do that.
having all the arc tempered
There we
monsters
go.
as 10-star, hopefully like the logic should have been you can choose which one you want to
Fine.
hunt. Like whichever fight that is better for you, and you can
Sure.
choose that monster
Get
to farm for
names.
materials or farm for charms. But if it's the case that AT Arc Veld drops more, then that's a dumb decision, I think. But I don't think he drops more. I just think
Show cursor. Cool.
maybe it's just placebo, or maybe I'm
it like
remembering
that.
it wrong. But I've never.
So,
You definitely cannot
cool.
get like, you know, the investigations where you can get like upwards of 8 to 15, maybe even more. I'm not even asking for 8 to 15. I think a solid 5 or 6 each one is way more reasonable. There was one time I killed 10-star AT. In fact, earlier in the stream, I killed 10-star AT raid out, and I got 2 charms. And then when they
Oh, and then
manifested, there wasn't even rarity 8. Like it wasn't the red ones. It was just the shitty purple ones. It's quite annoying.
and then cool. All right, cool.
Any luck?
Let's put that. Hopefully. I mean, I guess we can just sort of hit stream and pray that it's like fine, but it's weird that it's doing that.
Yeah, 5 or 6 would have been fine. 2 or 3 just it's not worth the time, especially when each hunt is at minimum between 18 to 25 minutes. You know, like even if you're really optimal and really good at the game, you're still looking at
Also gonna do this, and then we should be fine.
still looking at 15 to 20 minutes.
Cool. Then if
For
I
2
can
or
just-
3,
just
that's
go live
crazy.
and just make something happen.
2 is
That's
just two of them is just a spit in the face. 3 is like
There you go.
it doesn't help really. It doesn't feel that much better.
Cool.
Should be at least 5, I think.
Cool. Effort. Just go live and then just work it out.
Cool.
Cool. You can hear me all right?
Yep.
Let me just set my own audio. Sweet, sweet. Mike. For monitoring on.
They recognize the problem of variety, but then they only put a band-aid on it. Yeah, it's a bit annoying. Maybe they were afraid that
Right.
people would get
Oh,
too many god
no,
charms too
no, no,
quickly.
no, 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 no.
Because
No,
clearly
you
the
said
point
that.
of
Restarting,
this
because I
is
can
just to
definitely
be
hear
the final,
even on the
final
monitoring output,
grinding
it's like
thing, the final grinding
effed.
thing before
So
the
give me a
before the
sec.
expansion,
Let me even just close Discord and reopen
which
it and
is
see if that makes a
probably
difference.
at least like
Give me 1 moment, I'll be back.
maybe
Cool.
5 to 6 months out. Yeah. Have you been going on any Mike Hollow streams lately?
No, he's been away. I think he's away for like 2 weeks.
Or like holiday or something?
Yeah, he's gone to, I think it's Australia.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, I got dragged into something yesterday.
What was that?
There's a guy called Noah Black and a guy called Yaya. The Yaya guy said, Hook Gang God said something about 2XKO and Multi having like really dry character rosters.
Okay.
And then this Yaya guy said, hold on, you played Dragon Ball where you got 10 characters that are Goku.
Right.
And then he started putting some memes up and I called him out on it and then got dragged into some voice call. And then it was just him rage baiting.
Was this
I
on
was
stream?
like, yep. Yeah, it was on the stream.
Ah.
Yeah, I basically said I was talking to him on Twitter, and then I was tired, and I was like, I've run into him before, and I was like, look, if you rage bait and you bait my rage, don't get upset.
Bait
Can't
my
get mad.
rage. Yeah.
You bait my rage, yeah. You're saying stuff to troll people. He said that. I was like, you know what? I'm tired. Let me contact someone in his time zone. So I basically snitched on him to this guy called Noah Black. And yeah, he basically all capped him on Twitter saying, I've got a problem with you, come to my podcast. And then yeah, that happened.
How did the conversation actually go?
In the end, I ended up siding with Yaya. It took like a left turn and they were talking about Bum and some of the stuff that Bum said. And this Noah Black guy knows Bum.
Okay.
And the whole conversation, he was like, blah, 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 blah. I don't know you. You're going to have to show receipts. And then he went, oh, Bums did this thing to Yaya. And he was like, oh, well, I'm going to let you know I'm biased right away. So you're going to have to provide all the receipts. All.
Yeah.
And I was like, you're crazy, bro.
Wait, you mean the stuff Bum said about 2XKO?
No, about the Yaya guy. So, you know, he was like crashing out on people kind of not even defending 2XKO, but he was telling people their life is meaningless.
Bum was saying that.
Yes, he said it to Yaya, and I was like,
damn.
bro, that's just wrong. And he was like, yeah, but Bum's my boy. And I was like, yeah, he can be your boy, but you can also just say that's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was madness. He was like, oh, it's crazy. I was like, bro, stop dancing, bro. Stop tap dancing. Just say it's wrong. Like, bro, the guy was doing the most. It was like, yeah, he shouldn't have said it, but I can't tell someone how to react on Twitter. And I was like, okay, cool. I said he was compromised and he got mad about it. And I was like, I'm not even here to defend Yaya, bro. What are we doing?
Wait, so you were arguing with Bum, you're saying?
No. It was yeah, someone said something about Dragon Ball. I got in them. I snitched to some guy called Noah Black. And then the Noah Black guy was talking to the Yaya guy who said the stuff about Dragon Ball. But then it went so far left that he dragged me on. And I was like, look, Yaya's a troll, but he didn't deserve to say that his life had no meaning, bro. Like, that's out of pocket.
That's mental. That's actually mental, by the way.
Bro, the tirade that I watched the VOD. That was not a victory lap, bro. He done around the world in 80 days, bro. He was on a mad one. on that 2x KO spot. It was so crazy.
Like, and this is over 2x. I mean, I've seen parts of that, yeah, where man's, yeah, he's getting, he's extra in it. He's going extra with it. Like I'm seeing, like, yeah, Bum's in like victory laps. He's rushing man down. He's like he's got people before saying, oh, this game, like, look at our game. Our game's got this much. Like, who cares about these? And then like he's sort of coming back, going, yeah, look at your game now. Your game's dead. I'm just like, yeah. Is that necessary? Maybe, listen, people, there's always, you know, every community is going to have people like that, and maybe that dynamic's always going to be, healthy is not the right word, but, you know. you know the toxic relationship where somebody is like, they just want to feel something, even if it's something they get.
Yeah. Let me be numb.
Yeah. I hear it, man. I hear it, and I don't disagree. You know what I mean? Okay, you see, that's... should work now.
Audio better?
Freaking hope so, because it's not chipmunks, but now let me see if I can hear you.
What did you
Gonna
change?
end up being. I think you just restarted, right?
Oh,
Yeah, I tried restarting some stuff, but
I'm guessing we're fine on your end, Charlie, right?
yeah,
No
yeah.
stream.
Your sound is coming through fine. Stream can hear it.
Max or whack.
True. No truer words have been spoken.
Max or wax.
yeah, it's
Mac,
all-
more like whack.
Lost.
Sorry.
Just flip the letter upside
Yeah.
down.
Oh, is man running the Mac agenda? Yeah, 66666. Just so you know, like you could have given
I'll
me
join you guys
like
for some
the
hunts. I
most
wouldn't mind.
professional.
We're filming a podcast. And
you
it's
could have
very
literally had me in the
fighting
studio. I
game
still find a way to fuck it up. So
centric. So
I think it's
um,
it's more about the will.
you
though.
could
You
join,
know, it's
but I think
the being inside that counts.
Actually,
right? Action
I'll-
Hank said that.
yeah, I'll join the.
that's his
I'll
laboratory.
throw up the
On the
link
bit outside,
squad.
it's the bit inside.
How the fuck do you do it? The link thing. If you want to just join some
yeah.
hunts. I'm just it's gonna be quite boring though. I'm just gonna be fighting
Weird. I don't know.
Ray Dow.
Alright.
For me, Ray Dow is like the easiest
Have it.
the easiest AT for me.
All right.
So yeah, we're about to do a podcast.
Let me just get your camera up again.
But yeah, and my gameplay might be a bit distracted because there'll be parts where I'm focusing on the
Honestly.
on the topic.
Some
How do
issues with
I-
this. Okay, now it's working. There we go. All right.
I'll hop on there and I'll try to make the fight chiller so you can. Oh yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, let me message when you're on and I'll send the invite to the link party.
All right. F it. Just go live. If it's the best, we'll find out.
Run it down mid.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I have someone listened back to the podcast and they were like, they heard you say something like, oh, something what the comment about warding in jungle or something like that, and he was like, oh my god, he's one of those people, and he got like upset.
You got
You know what the
upset.
maddest thing is?
What?
Yeah.
I'll make them more upset in the craziest way. I don't play League. I don't play Dota. The only game like that I
Uh-oh.
played was Smite on console.
Oh.
But Smite, what was Smite saying? What was
Smite
it? Was it any
was-
good?
Excuse the pun, godlike.
Well, dear.
That's literally the only reason I played it. I saw Kronos and I was like, I'm in. I can play as Kronos. I'm about it.
I mean, yeah, you literally can't play as Kronos in anything, so as far as I can tell.
Exactly. And I
So, I
kind of
mean, that's
preferred the third person. I thought that was cool. It felt more like a fighting game than the bird's eye.
Okay. The only people I've ever heard talk about Smite in the FGC was like, I think it was ketchup or mustard, and or mustard,
Yeah. They used to
and that's
commentate it.
that's literally it. Oh, these. Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
They can play, to be fair. They're not just commentators in that game. They did play it. Roman Over used to work for High Res as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
There you go.
Smart was sick. So yeah, and all my lingo comes from that. So ganking, wards, that's all from Smite,
I mean,
which is like
def
the lowest
def to
form of.
mobbers.
What's your
Like
game name
all
again?
mobbers.
I thought
Oh,
it was
actually,
Sayuri.
no,
Def to all mobbers.
Nah,
Def
you
to all
can't say
mobbers.
that. You know what's good?
Def to all mobbers.
Pokemon Unite is good.
I could have sworn it
What's
was
the other one I
Sayuri,
played?
right?
The Dragon
Oh,
Ball
that's
one,
mobile. I didn't know.
Squadra.
Okay.
Yeah, Squadra. They're
Oh,
mini
there it
ones
is,
though.
okay.
They're not like, they're like 10-minute games, 15-minute tops.
Mhm.
Yeah, they're not like an hour-long sessions for one match.
I can't. Like Dota, the thing about Dota, I respect it as an incredible, like mechanically an incredible game, but I just can't. I can't do it. Like it's. All right, let me hit start streaming and just fail at streaming. It'd be awesome. Let's turn that down a bit. Right, now off in terms of monitor. Start stream. Do you know what you could do as well? Could you? Oh shoot! Actually, what should I do? I should change the thing. I'm gonna go to Twitch as well. I started hit start streaming, and let me see. Okay, stream slide there. Streaming, sending data. Cool, and then I'll go to Twitch and I'll just change that. Yeah, should have actually changed that on the what's it called on the stream manager. Basically, it should have started streaming. Could you take a look, Charlie, on
I love it.
yeah,
You are?
yeah, just see if
Yeah.
it's up, and then if it, yeah, you can see it.
Yep.
Cool, Charlie, are you able to actually see anything on there, or is it still having the same issue I had last time?
I'm playing Monster Hunter at the same time, so.
Cool.
But yeah, it's if it's on YouTube, it will be fine.
No, but it's specifically you had an issue with it last time. I don't know if that still happened.
Oh, you mean the Twitch thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me quickly check.
Can I not see?
Yeah, you should be able to see it as well. But last time
Yeah, I
he
can
tried
see
it,
it
right,
now.
and it
Yeah.
didn't work.
And-
So
And the quality option
Yeah, I think
is
it's 'cause
on
it was-
there, and it goes up to 1080, so 720, 480, 360, no 1440. So yeah, problem solved.
Yeah.
and you see the visual and you
Yeah.
see it moving and everything.
Yep.
Cool.
Heads up, I can't flash on this
Okay.
loadout. Okay, no worries.
Cool. Cool. Mhm. Let me see. To create a dashboard. Stream manager. Average stream bitrate too high, unstable. Can I bump that down midway, or do I have to stop streaming first?
What does it say? What's
Sure,
too
we could do
high?
it midway.
A stream bitrate too high.
Oh, you can change the mid. Yeah, you can do that midway.
Okay, let me see how I do that.
What did you set it to?
I cannot see. Where would I go? Settings and then stream, or settings and then output?
streaming.
Is it output?
Yeah, I think it will be under stream.
Oh, it's output, isn't it?
Oh.
Okay, stream. I'm not able to change that. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, no, output I'm able to change right now. I can't change anything on stream. Stream is all grayed out.
What's the current bit rate?
6,000 kilobits.
Oh, that should be
So-
fine.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's saying you mean like it's too high for your connection. You're up. Maybe it's just fluctuating. Maybe it will be fine in a few minutes.
Maybe. Take a look again.
Because I'm guessing that's what it
That
was
was
set
what
to
Restream
last
told
week.
me.
Oh yeah, Restream does that
Disable,
sometimes.
yeah.
Restream is finicky like that.
Let me see. Oh, Twitch is saying as well. Inspector.twitch. Let me see. Inspector analyzes and assists in troubleshooting with incident related. Let me see. No, I'm seeing it for freezing.
Yeah, I'm guessing your upload is fine. My guess would be that it's Restream being annoying.
Oh, you want restream? Yeah, that's probably why I'm saying
Yeah,
that.
Restream would be like that sometimes.
Fair stream health. Oh, so what the hell do I do in this situation?
Restream known liars.
Yeah.
Well, Twitch is telling me on Twitch that it's bad, like it's unstable, and then it's telling me on Restream fair stream health. Oh god. Oh, it sounds like shit. Okay, hold on. No.
Oh, someone in the chat said it sounds terrible.
No, I can hear it. I'm listening back. It sounds like shit. Hang on. And also the visual is like frozen. Let me see.
We just dropped
Is the
cameras.
visual for just what, sorry?
We should probably just drop the cameras then.
I don't know if it's even the camera specifically, because you said you can see the visual on the screen. Yeah, the stream starting soon.
Yeah, I can see that.
Is anything moving in the background? Or is it frozen?
Yeah, no, that's moving in the background.
Really?
Yep.
And it sounds okay as well if you turn up the volume. It doesn't sound shit.
It's just BGM.
Oh, so the BGM sounds bad.
No, nothing sounds bad. All good on my end.
So you can hear the BGM, you can see stream starting soon, and in the background, like the blurred background, is moving.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Well, if it's okay, then it's okay, I suppose. Go.
If you want to be extra safe, you could end stream and then quickly lower the bitrate to like 5.5K or 5K. That might help.
Sure, let's try that. Let's try it.
Well, yeah, it might help. That should help.
5K then. Let's try that.
And the quality drop won't be that noticeable anyway. Especially because it's mostly just talking heads.
Yeah. Let me test that and then switch over to this overlay, see how that sounds. And see if the audio is crappy or if it's okay. I think it might be okay. Let's see now. Let's listen back. So, no. You'll see. Audio spotting. Oh dear. Boy.
Oh, the audio still sucks?
Yeah, it doesn't sound great. Boy, we might have to. Hang on, I think I can send it to you guys and so you can hear it.
Yeah. I'm curious.
Give me a sec. Well, if it gets too late, like, feel free to just be like, I'm going to bed, bro. Abandon ship.
Yeah, the universe may be telling us, depending on how bad it sounds when you send it, maybe the sky gods are speaking.
The sky gods. It doesn't sound completely unlistenable. It just sounds like it's this part's where it chops. Let me send it here.
Didn't need to bring my support, but we haven't been hit
It
once.
might
I
even
think I've
just
been
sound
hit.
good in that. I don't know why it
I've
sounds
definitely
okay.
been
Might
hit, but I
even
just
sound
haven't
okay.
died.
Let me
Unless
see.
that's what you mean. I haven't died once yet.
Let me actually play it through here and see what happens.
Okay, let me click it in a few seconds. Seen your health bar full the entire time. Very skillful play. Damn. Appreciate that. Yeah, Ray Dow's quite easy, so. And I not only easy, but I find him quite fun to fight as well. Compared to the others. Alright, let me check the audio. One sec. Let me get out of here. Farcaster. Discord. Okay, listening.
Perfections here. Let's get it stream info. Crappy, or if it's okay. I think it might be okay. And the video.
Wait, what
Yeah.
what sounded bad? Did,
Oh, well, the
me see.
transition.
I
The
just
switch.
heard Chrome speaking at the end of the clip. In the last 5 seconds there, you sounded totally fine.
Yeah, well then in that case, then we can just give it a go then, see if it comes up. Because before, when I listened back, it didn't sound great, but earlier,
You mean
maybe some
when you
settings
heard
I
your
changed,
voice
it's
back?
okay. Yes,
Yeah,
because you guys weren't talking at that time.
Oh, so when we is it like when we're all talking, it's
No,
distorted?
it was just everything sounded spotty before.
Oh.
So now I'm just gonna crappy, or if it's okay. Test it once more. I think it might be okay. Okay.
From what I heard, it was totally fine.
Let me start streaming again. Let's see if unstable average stream bit rate too high. Still, the fuck. Whatever, man. If it's
But the bitrate is still too high after lowering it.
yeah,
What did you lower it to?
5K.
Damn. What is your upload by? Just out of curiosity. Your upload speed.
Let's find out. Let's find out.
Let's follow after it.
You doing a speed test? I'm assuming you're on Ethernet as well, right? Not Wi-Fi.
The Ethernet should be behaving. Let me see. Make sure. In case this thing is just not reading the Ethernet.
It's not reading the Ethernet.
No, I said in case it's not doing that,
Oh.
but it should be okay. 909 down, 102 up.
102 up. Okay. Yes. 5, even 6K should be totally fine. I reckon it's just restream fucking you basically.
Okay. Well. 6710, stream disc protection problems. Stream multi settings. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck it. Fuck it.
We do it
We'll
live.
just go ahead and yeah, I guess we'll do that. Yeah, you guys, it's okay. I mean, if it's okay on your end, then it's okay on your end, especially the stream as well. If you're listening to the stream and it doesn't sound choppy, then fine. But on mine, it does sound choppy. But I don't know if that's because I'm on the device or something like that. But
Yeah.
it doesn't.
I'm sure people in the chat will come trickle in and then confirm further how it sounds.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to obviously do it before that, right?
Yeah,
Because if
yeah.
it's like an issue that's like unlistenable, then it's going to be like, it's almost like no point in continuing, right?
Right.
Yeah. Let me even just switch over to this right here and just take a look. I love some stream. Right, so if you guys go and listen, looks at this,
Yeah, I see it.
and you can see the visual's fine, yeah? Like, you can see what's going on.
Yep.
Cool. Well, then it's probably just me then. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, probably means it's just me. Not sure why it's doing that then. Man said Trev the Cook just subscribed as well, just to show what's going on. All right, cool. I see it. Trev the Cook, thanks for the subscription. Oh my god. Oh. This is crazy. This is my first subscriber. Oh dear. All right, thank you very much, Trev. Appreciated that. Cool. So I guess that means that Mandem can see things, so that's fine. Let's just set that. That's not correct, but that is correct. For a reason I can't see Charlie, but I'm sure that can fix itself. We'll put that there. Cool. And then I think hopefully we should be good.
Wait, you can't see me?
You're
No,
back
I
up.
can see you. Yeah, like it dips in and out, and I don't know if that's like something on my end, but
Oh.
yeah. So okay. Let's see. I'll put that there. And then I'm gonna also just tweet out. Go show love and support. Trev, thank you very much. That is much appreciated, man. Much appreciated. Obviously, as you can see, I'm just absolutely slobbering all over the keyboards. Barely even know what I'm doing, but I'm
Good shit,
working on
good
it.
shit.
I'm
Nice
working on
hunt, nice hunt.
So,
Nice and quick.
okay. Genius UK. Oh, yeah, man, like Genius UK. Genie suck.
See,
what
look
is
at that.
going on?
1, 2.
All right. I'm just going to say it live now.
Okay, I got 4
Okay.
on this one. But that's because I used I used a
Stuff with
I used a lucky voucher.
IMC4.
So had I not used that lucky voucher,
and
I would have just
Charlie.
gotten 2. You know what I mean? Just
And then,
terrible. Sorry, I muted myself.
Yeah, minor. I thought you was just doing something else. So cool. I'm gonna post that. Then I'm just gonna do a cheeky little signal boost, and then we're pretty much good to go. F it. We'll just, like you said, man, we'll do it live.
We'll do it live.
What, man, like Wolfie? What, bro? Your name is both Wolfie and Woofley. Woofley Ples. You know what I mean? I won't say the government.
Yeah,
we're not gonna
15
start
minutes of
doxing
free.
everybody.
How many did you get? How many charms did you get?
Not that it matters, because I mean, just so you know, spoilers. We're in the ends, bruv. We're in the hood, so man's gonna come down to the ends and be like, anyway, let's not. That's a different conversation. Anyway, let's post this here, and then we're good to go.
Oof, yeah, free is that sucks.
In fact, I'll tell you what we're even gonna do. We're gonna go back into the other side. Wait, no, let's not take a break. Let's go again. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm gonna do a cheeky stream starting soon. Don't worry, man. I can still see you, man. It's all good. But just give us an extra 2 minutes, and we're basically gonna be back in and ready to go. So, see you guys in a second.
Wait, what's happening?
Excelodon. Oh, what's going on, Excelodon? No, we're good because we're still live. But I'm just gonna quickly just do a couple cheeky transitions. Gonna go back to stream starting soon. We are here. It's just gonna be 2-3 minutes and then we're good to go. Like, I'm just letting these guys know on the stream because a couple people are there. But I'm just gonna quickly just transition back into stream starting soon. But we are here and we're gonna be starting pretty much once that's done. So stay tuned. Okay. Cool. So, right, stream's starting soon. They can't hear you, but I'm just gonna post out these links, and then basically once that transition's done, you're gonna hear me say what's going on, you know, talking to Ocon, etc., and then we'll be doing the do, and we'll be ready to go. And we can just talk as normal, and we can podcast. Yeah, that cool with everyone?
Yep.
Cool.
All right, cool. And then we'll also throw that. Damn. Throw that there as well.
We got this.
Throw this over here.
The hunt is on. Now commencing quest by order of the guild.
Sweet. Okay, cool. Right, and this hopefully should be all good. So, cool. So, do you want to do? You know, I can introduce. Like, I can just basically say, oh, you know, we're going to talk about maybe this topic, and then do you want to do some of the preamble of the fighting games as products topic?
Sure, can do.
Are you confident with doing that?
Yep.
Yeah, we can throw that on, and then I can sort of just bounce off of that. Pause. And then, yeah, should be good after that. Cool. Cool. This is Red Bull. What's this? Oh, what the hell is going on? Oh, still. Hold on. Okay. Hopefully that didn't absolutely destroy everything. I think it didn't. Yeah, we're good. Okay, cool. Oh, shit. Thank you for the patience and the troubleshooting, because
Get into your field pouch.
it's absolutely chaotic every single time, and we're trying to make it less so. Cool. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So we are back. Talking Tokon, not always talking Tokon, rebranded with absolutely no foresight, because even though we're talking Tokon, we're going to be talking a bunch of other different things and topics. So we are certainly talking. That's a damn sure. Will we rebrand again? Who knows? We're doing it live. We're flying by the seat of our pants. We're doing madness, right?
Lots of
I
madness.
myself, Chroma, am here, and I am here with my good friends, my compatriots, my amigos. I'm here with I am C4IQ, man like Quattro himself, busting the salute, Captain Jamaica. Say hi.
Wagwan.
Nice.
But you're Jamaican as well, bro. You guys got me outnumbered, man. I'm the only Nige over here.
That's it as well.
Half and half.
Wait, what's the other half? It better be Nigerian or Ghanaian at least, bro. What do you mean?
Oh, no. Asian.
What is that?
Bajan, he's full Caribbean.
Oh, no.
Another Bajan. Shout out to the Beige in the chat, 'cause I know there's at least one Beige in the chat. But man, you
Outnumbered,
know who
bro.
you are.
Outnumbered and
Big up
Outnumbered.
Moon
outmaneuvered.
Island.
Listen, island supremacy, but also island rivalry, right? We think we hate each other, but also we're like, no, but we're also the best. So you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
standard.
Yeah. And well, below me, right? The Nigerian with the strength of 10 men, right? One Nigerian equals 100 Caribbeans.
It's hilarious.
The
It's a
the
man
Titan-
dropped
the
a new
Titan
law.
himself. Exactly. The Charlie Chad himself, right? Earthbender Charlie.
What's going on, people?
What's
Greetings.
going on?
Doing okay? If you guys see me, from basically I'm playing Monster Hunter Wilds at the same time. So if I look somewhat distracted, that's what it is. But I'm going to be completely plugged in. You know what I mean? I'm going to be gaming and speaking and doing all kinds of multitasking. So we here.
I hope so. All right. So obviously last week it was all ToeCon all the time, right? 24/7. We're still going to be doing some ToeCon related stuff in this one, but also just going to be talking about some current events that are going on in the FGC. Like some of us on the panel here, there was some topics that we thought were worth diving into. So we're going to throw our hat in the ring, see what's going on, and see what we think. So I guess we can start with the fighting games as products discussion, because that is something that Charlie, you yourself, right? You had an interest in. I mean, we've all sort of looked, and we've had a discussion like this in some way, shape, or form, in some fashion, right? So this is going to be us basically just putting on celluloid. Celluloid is not a term anyone uses right now, because that just shows how old we are. But regardless, we're going to talk about that. So Charlie, do you want to kick us off with basically what's
can
going
do.
on with that? Yeah.
So basically, there was an article for anyone who is uninitiated. There was an article by a person by the name of Six Wheatbix. I believe they are also a fighting game developer, or have contributed to some fighting games or something related to that at some point in the past, or currently do so. So they have some expertise in that regard, and they wrote a very interesting article discussing basically the premise that fighting games have a lot more potential product-wise. And the person made this article, and it was spread around the FGC interwebs like wildfire. Everybody made a video about it. Brian F, Sajam, Maximilian, I'm sure a bunch of other people did as well. And yeah, it's gotten a lot of people talking. The general sentiment from what I've seen, and it'll probably be similar for you guys, is that everyone so far has said that there's a lot of stuff that they agree with and some key things that they disagree with. So I'll be interested to see if that's the same with us as well. And it's been an interesting topic, so I'm curious to see what you guys have to say about it.
Cool. I mean, Mace,
I think
you have any immediate thoughts? Go ahead. No, go ahead. If you want to kick
No,
off,
let Mace go.
Go ahead.
Let Mace go add on to what I said.
I've got a confession.
Oh, you didn't read it?
I lied.
Oh,
I started reading. Well, I skimmed. Then, the Greyhound ears went up when I was seeing something. I was like, that doesn't make much sense. And then I thought, it would be better for you in Chrome to talk about it, and I'll,
like poke holes in it.
chuck my peanuts. Yeah, you know how it is.
Yeah. Okay, no, it's actually a good
Okay,
call.
well, you know what we're about to do then. We're about to do a live reading. That's what we're doing. Maybe
No
I can
way.
find it.
Bro,
It's quite long.
it's so long.
It's quite long.
So long to read, bro.
We don't even have to do
Yeah.
necessarily all of it. Let me see.
Yeah,
I don't think we
Actually-
should. Actually, no. I've got a Chat GPT breakdown. I think we can go down that instead. That's
Okay.
much
All right,
more
go on then.
succinct.
Rise of the Machines. Go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay, let me quickly alt tab or Farcaster back. So ChatGPT, where are you? Here he is. So I think where we should start is the 3 core observations that the article essentially touches on. So the first one is, number 1, fighting games currently reach only about 1/10 of their potential audience. So that's the first claim, right? And then number 2,
Right.
tweaking core game mechanics alone will not expand that reach, right? That's the second major claim. And number 3,
Sorry, say that again. I should actually write this down.
so number 1, so the basically permeating throughout the entire article is this premise or these 3 premises. Number 1 being, fighting games currently reach only about 1/10 of their potential audience. So this person obviously believes
1/10.
1/10 of their potential audience. That could be hyperbole, because essentially this person believes that fighting games have a lot greater potential than what's being tapped into. So I just think they're using the
Okay.
term 1/10 to basically highlight that it's not even scratching the surface of who it could be reaching. So that's the first major premise. Second major premise is tweaking core game mechanics alone will not expand that reach. And then the third major premise is multiple other dimensions of evolution are needed to tap into that audience, which goes into different modes, different kinds of things that grab players, like dressing up characters, personalization, all that kind of stuff. So although the article is long, throughout the entirety of it are these three sentiments being echoed constantly, and the person just goes into more detail in various different ways. But these are the three main beating hearts of the article.
Okay. At the moment, those three things don't seem very well, other than the first one, which you said could just be like hyperbolic. Because I would say like, can you send source, please? Can you show me the rest of the 9 potential people that we're not not reaching? But the other two, I feel everyone would agree. Patch notes don't bring people into the game. And
Yeah.
I mean, the last bit, I kind of feel it's kind of like a nothing statement, because if
Okay.
you look at something like FPSs, you've got different types of FPSs, right? You've got something like COD. Call of Duty's massive, and it's because it's like an arcade first-person shooter, and people say they want change, but they don't change it, and it keeps succeeding. Maybe not the last one. I think the same about FIFA. FIFA doesn't really change.
Right. I guess what we could do.
Mechanically.
I guess what we could do before we kick off into it is, maybe we can go through the three of us. We can basically express which of the three that we agree or disagree with, and then maybe go from there.
Okay.
So I guess
Can you give me the third one once more in terms of the way it was phrased? Like
the third one is multiple other dimensions of evolution are needed to tap into the potential audience. So yeah, basically talking about things like modes, online infrastructure, dress up, personalization, things like that. So I'll go first. I'm gonna say I agree with all three of them quite strongly. That's my position.
Cool. I agree with 2 and 3. I think 1, not as much, to be honest with you. Like weekly, I weekly agree with 1, but I much strongly agree with 2 and 3 for sure.
Right.
I only agree with 2. I don't really agree with 1 and 3. I could be convinced of 1. You just have to show me numbers.
Yeah.
Show
Why?
me, who are the potentials? Who is my Nana potential? Is she part of the 10th? I don't know. Right.
Yeah, I mean, what about? Okay, so for 3, why don't you really agree with 3?
Because I think there's a lot of games that grow because there's no change. You'd have to show me why fighting games should change or add a new dimension. Some things don't need it. I know we spoke privately about chess. Chess
Yeah.
grows and that don't change. So yeah, I would need to know why they think that fighting games are a genre that needs to change to grab people's attention. I don't.
So I think for me, one counter could be, well, not to say it's a good counter, but I think one question that we could ask is like, why not, right? Like, especially if you're thinking of it from the perspective of the developers. One thing that I would ponder is, I imagine that the developers or many developers would like to read larger audiences, especially because games in general are getting more expensive to make. Especially like if you look at something like SF6 or any fighting game that comes out now, the cost of production is growing every time because of the technology that's being used and all of the stuff that's been put into it, right? So I would imagine that developers would like to see the games grow to make more money to like justify all of the time and money and effort put into it, right? So I guess my question for you would be, do you not think that the developers would want it to grow?
I think the developers want it to grow, but I'm more thinking about, will it grow? As in, I think if a fighting game had something like The Crypt, like Mortal Kombat, where you had like a a deep story. Well, I guess it's like a one-player version, sort of like Street Fighter 6 with the World Tour mode.
Yeah.
Well, World Tour mode isn't new because, like I said, they did it in Mortal Kombat with the crypt. I think something that has sort of I hate it. I don't really like the model, but like a gacha element where it's like you've got dailies.
Yeah.
And they kind of do that with missions. It's like, oh, you know, hit someone with a 10-hit combo today, get this, whatever.
Yeah.
If you can expand on that, where it's like, okay, you might not want to play online, or your friend might not be coming back to your house to like play. But there's stuff in the game that makes you have to boot up.
Yeah.
I don't think that's like a novel new thing, but it's a reason to make someone keep playing the game. I think they could do that.
But
instead of,
that falls into number 3. Like
Yeah, I agree. I think so too.
because and you said
Didn't you,
uh-huh.
I might be wrong. Didn't you say doing something new?
No, number 3
in
specifically
3?
just says multiple other dimensions of evolution. I guess evolution there could mean new, but it also could just mean it doesn't have to mean new. It could just mean doing other things that other games have been doing. So that's the way I interpret that, which would tap into like what you said, a gacha, right? Like sure, there's aspects to gacha with like or daily login passes or whatever, but there isn't really a gacha type of thing. Not that there should be or that there has to be, but that would be an evolution of a fighting game, or of a mechanic or a system that is now in a fighting game that traditionally hasn't been.
I mean, it's gonna sound stupid, but I just opt out then, because then the evolving part means nothing to me. If it means something new and not new, then they're not saying anything to me. They're just saying, oh, put something in a fighting game that other people like. It's like, yeah, but we've been doing that. We've got, you know, time attack, story mode.
But that's where the
dramatic
evolution comes
battle
into it,
in
right?
Alpha.
Because clearly it cannot just be a case of copying and pasting. It has to be adapted to make sense and fit, or even take advantage of the unique things that a fighting game has in order for it to flourish in that genre. Because I agree, you cannot just take things that Call of Duty does, Hearthstone and Overwatch does, stick it in a fighting game, and then hope to see the numbers rise. Like clearly, there's going to have to be iterations and clever ways to make it work. And I think that's what the person means when they bring up multiple dimensions of evolution in number 3. Because earlier you said that you said something like you don't see something about it not growing, like you don't see it growing. Or can you repeat the first thing you said before you went into your description heavier?
I think I said I would need to see why something new had to be added to gain growth in fighting games. Because you can do something the same and still get growth. I think that's what.
Yeah, I think the way. So with that in particular, I think the way you've worded it has trapped you into only like it doesn't only have to be that way. It could be new, or it could be a unique spin on something that isn't new. But either way, it's the main idea is evolving, or like revisioning how we traditionally think that these fighting games have to play out, or the things that they should have. Right? I think that's the key.
Yeah.
That's what's trying to be explored.
I agree, but to me that just sounds like we have to do something to make games popular, find games more popular. Like, again, to me that's like, sure.
Yeah, well, that's the premise, right? That's the premise of the entire article. So yeah, you're right. But that is what's being explored. Like, if we want X result, we have to consider Y things, and one of those Y things is stuff like different evolutionary mechanics and how it's implemented and stuff, because that is the thesis. The thesis is this person believes that the reach could be way more broad and way more beneficial for both players and the developers. So if this is my thesis, how do we reach that end goal? And this is what's being explored.
So I think I don't want to keep circling around the third point, but if that is the point, then they would have to present something that hasn't been done before. Because if they're saying, oh, just do something, it's like, but we've got all these fighting games that have done something, whether their success is gauged by what other genres of games do. I don't think it's fair to go like, oh, Street Fighter is not as big as League of Legends. That's kind of silly. But if they're not saying, oh, this is an avenue, this is an evolution of what fighting games have been doing that we haven't done yet, I don't know, like a VR headset or something, then I could be like, oh, okay, I get the point. But if they're just saying games need to put something other than versus mode, it's like, yeah, we've been doing that. So you're not,
But
you're
that,
not
but
really.
that would be an
It's so trivial.
oversimplification
Why
of the
even
point.
say it?
The person isn't just saying we need to put things other, just put more things other than versus mode, bro. Like that's all we need. Because yeah, you're right. The fighting games have been doing that, but the point is what things are put in and how it's implemented, right? Like, and in the article they go into more detail about example. Like one of the examples they brought up I found quite interesting because me and you have spoken about it before. You know me, right? And for the audience who doesn't know, so I live in Taiwan and I've been a teacher for like pretty much 10 years now, right? And being a teacher for so long has definitely taught me that not every teacher is good. Like not every teacher is able to really, I know it sounds like a big brain take, right? Did you know not every teacher is good, guys? Like I know it sounds stupid, right? But being in classrooms and actually seeing it play out, seeing how really bad teachers who are horrible at explaining things, horrible at keeping kids engaged, like seeing it play out in this kind of way for so many years has definitely given me like a bit of a light bulb effect where it's like, I truly understand how much of a skill set it is to be able to teach somebody how to play and how much being creative and thinking outside of the box can help in that regard. And I think with fighting games, like I remember I've said to you before, and one of the things that the article brought up was like in a fighting game, you could have like you know, like the whole combo trial system, right? Combo trials in so many fighting games, it's just the same shit. They give you a combo trial to do and you do it. But I remember saying things like, there could be so many more ways, like, and in the article, it talked about like a rhythm game kind of thing where they put you in actual scenarios, like, or they make you do the Justin Wong Daigo parry and third strike, like they put you in a scenario where you actually have to do it. Like, and that's just scratching the surface, right? So I think a lot of it is just going to come down to taking familiar ideas, but really making it apply to fighting games in a way that's unique to the genre. And that's the difficult part, but not impossible, I think.
The difficult part for me is that what you're saying, I agree with, yes. But then I'm going to say, but they've done this. Guilty Gear, they've got like a platform mode to show you how to do movement, because in Guilty Gear you have a run and a walk, right? But what they'll do, instead of saying, oh, press up to jump, like a lot of games do. I think even Tolkien did that with their trading mode. They were like, just press up and then press up again and then you double jump, right? They've got like literally like a little mini Mario game where you've got to jump over certain enemies and crouch and run. So I understand what you're saying. That's like a small example. There's in-depth things like a Uni goes into it like super deep, like tells you why you do these mechanics.
Yeah.
They make you do it 3 times to make sure it wasn't a fluke, blah, blah, blah. I think Third Strike does have trials where you do the Justin Wong parry. I think Street Fighter 4 had like a whole story mode behind the training where you're like Dan and Dan's training, or I think it's Dan training Sakura and you're as Sakura training to learn how to play a fighting game.
Yeah, but a lot of these are bare, like with the Street Fighter, for example, Street Fighter 4. Through everything you listed, I would not put Street Fighter 4 as one of the games that did a good effort to try something unique, to really try to push the boundaries of how to teach people how to play a fighting game. Like, I can't speak to Guilty Gear because I haven't played the one that you're mentioning. But interestingly,
I don't think they're enough. I don't think they're enough.
Yeah, I would agree as well. But interestingly, this is where number 2 comes in, right? Because they're saying that tweaking core game mechanics alone won't expand the reach. So I think that like what you're alluding to helps to allude to number 2, which is, we need to, it's a lot more than just like, okay, finding the perfect optimized training regimen, or right? Like, and even with number 3 and the training stuff, it's not just how do we teach players how to play the game better, it's what other systems can we introduce. Like, I think the personalization thing is a huge, like Tekken is got this in the bag with how much you can customize your characters. I don't see why in Street Fighter 6, I know you've got the avatar mode and stuff, but I don't understand why they can't just have like a situation where like, okay, you can play Ryu on ranked, but like you can give him a hat, you can give him gloves, you can customize him in any way that fits Ryu. Like, it's not going to change the character model so much to the point where your opponent don't even know who you're playing as, right? So there's
I mean,
it can,
yeah.
and sometimes it depends. I think this one is actually quite relative to the company. Some
Yeah.
companies are much more willing to allow that to happen, right? Virtua Fighter, Tekken, they
Yeah.
don't mind so much that their characters can be customized however which way you want, which I think is largely a good thing, right?
But this is
But then you get like a Capcom, which are much more protective of like the way that their characters consistently
But that-
look.
see, that-
like it
that
took a lot
right
for them
there-
to get to like SF6 of like Ryu with a bit. Do you remember when Ryu had the beard in 5?
Yeah.
And everyone was like, why don't you just make that default? Because everyone was calling him
Yeah,
Hot
yeah.
Ryu and all this other shit, yeah. And then like 6, they actually went through it, but it took them so many games to get to it. Sorry, what were you saying?
But
about
but that
right there?
like what you said about and you're right. Like different companies have different different like styles and approaches, and they see their characters differently, right? They got a different purpose. But that right there is exactly the conversation, right? Like the conversation would be, is like, let's say Street Fighter 6 wasn't popping off, right? The conversation would be, does Capcom, would they have the luxury to be worrying so much about that, considering that there's a good likelihood that if they did just put that aside for one game and give it a try, it probably would very likely increase the fun factor in terms of like how people can personalize their characters, right? Like and there's a balance, there's a threshold. I can understand like, okay, maybe Capcom doesn't want people giving Ryu a Teletubby head, right? Because that's like too much. But you can have characters and have specific GARMs that has been designed for that character, that fit that character.
Ryu, yeah.
So you can give Ryu these kinds of hats. You can give Ryu these kinds of gloves, right? And then so you can still allow people to personalize in a way that doesn't take the spirit away from the character. You know what I mean?
The good thing about that is the fact that like the character itself has changed so little that like those things that, if you were to, for example, in Tekken, right? Let's say you took away all those other customization options, but you said you can take any part of Kazuya's previous costumes and you can pastiche them together. You could actually create a lot of combinations, I think, or at least with, or even Jin or a bunch of others, right? You can create a number of combinations. If you start going like into Ryu, it's like largely he's been the same character. It's been like white gi, like white gi, white bandana, then red bandana when Ken gave it to him, and then like what? Right now he's like sort of changed a bit more.
Yeah.
Drastically, if you want to call it drastically. But like I'd say like they've played it so largely safe that I think it doesn't necessarily apply to everybody in terms of where it can work. I think it would be a good idea.
Yeah.
But I also think that like you would be creating things in the spirit of Ryu, which I think would still make sense, and actually I think would be a good idea. It's just that if you were to pull from like, you know, what precedent they've set, like the characters have largely stayed pretty similar like throughout, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be quite difficult to make that one work. I think in terms of the training modes, the like, I'll just quickly I'll read out like some of what people are saying as well in the chat. Like Woofley Players is like, I think this article could be read, but one thing he says about the chess example is the way people interact with chess has changed. Online chess apparently blew up really big during the pandemic, according to the chess.com people at least. And then when they moved on to, we went to tutorial-based stuff, you know, Xeladon saying Uni's tutorial is incredible. Woofley was saying Uni's tutorial is also very wordy and lectury. And a lot of these popular games, they very much do not do that. So I think in terms of like tutorials, right, I've always maintained that you should mask them in content, right? I think one big problem that like fighting games in general have had is that I agree if you look at fighting games in their totality as like a sort of big nebulous blob, that they've done some of these things that we've said that they should do. But I think there's like the lack of uniformity or like the lack of like maybe floor or standards consistently across these games, I think is a bit of an issue. Like I feel like if you talk to, and the thing is about general audiences, right? Like sort of whether you call them casual gamers, whatever you call them, right? Like the general like consumers is that they actually do have a sort of sense of value or a sense of standards, right? If you ask most people, right, who play fighting games casually what their favorite Mortal Kombat game is, they're gonna tell you Deadly Alliance, or they're gonna tell you like Armageddon, like, you know what I mean, Deception or one of those, right? Because those games gave you like a lot of content, right? They had a lot of personality, they had a lot of all the things that people were basically asking for that you sometimes get in these other games, right? I think SFO, you didn't really get much in terms of like outside of the actual go and fight, right? You had tournament for FGC, it was great. Tournament modes, you know, all of those types of things like trials. But then outside of that, the story wasn't really there. But they looked at Mortal Kombat, and Mortal Kombat's got story they can play for hours. I talked to like friends of mine that I'd known since childhood that I played fighting games with, and this was like years back anyway when MKX had dropped. And I was like, I was playing Marvel 3 and stuff, and he was like, I said, what's Mortal Kombat saying? Like, because you're playing that. He goes, yeah, it's great, man. Like, I haven't even gone online or anything like that. I've just played like story mode for 10 hours. Like, those types of things I think should be a standard. And I think a lot of the times, like, the companies themselves will just focus on the product playing great. Well, sometimes that's not even necessarily, true from our perspective, but playing a certain type of way. Kind of like you said about point 2. What was point 2 again? Tweaking core game mechanics alone will not expand their reach. So they'll focus on tweaking core game mechanics.
Yeah.
I think if you're gonna do stuff like tutorials, right, and teaching people how to play the game, I think you should master that in a training mode, in a story mode, as well as having a dedicated training mode. Like, I think that if you give people a cool a story modes, right, with cool characters, stories interesting, even actually drop it episodically, right? You could drop it episodically, have people talking about it. Another episode drops, they're talking about it, right? In that, you're also teaching them how to play the game insofar as like I don't know, every time you jump, this guy's got 101% friggin' anti-air rate. You can't jump against him, right? For whatever reason. Now, he's teaching you not to jump, and if you keep jumping like that, you're not going to win. Now, that might be in the backyard. Maybe by the end, it's like he doesn't hit you 101% of the time when you jump in, but he hits you like 80% of the time, or 70% of the time. So like, and he pulls from all of these other characters that you've beaten, who are effectively just dedicated tutorial portions in character or story form. Like, you throw all of that in a story mode, and you have people go through that story, they're going to be much more comfortable going online and having an understanding of what they should and shouldn't be doing when it comes to, playing against people. Like, if you don't, and then you just go into a game and it's like, okay, ranked, casual, maybe change your avatar. I just don't think that's going to be enough for people to really retain them. Like, and I think, and honestly, I think a lot of these devs actually know this, but I feel like in their minds, maybe it's an easier fix to tweak the gameplay, the core gameplay mechanics, than to add additional content that would maybe cost more resources and be more sort of, cost intensive in general. But I don't think they can get around it. I just don't think that's something they can ignore. If they keep doing that, these guys are always going to come back with the same sort of thing, the consumers. People are looking at Marvel Tokon. They're like, 20 characters in a 4v4. This game's like, oh my God, this game's not going to do well. And I don't think that's true. And I don't think you guys also think that's true. But it shows the mindset of the consumer when they feel like they have standards or something to go towards, right? If they're looking at Marvel 2 with 56 characters, they're looking at Marvel 3 with 50 characters, 52 characters, no, it's 50 characters. And they're like, well, we've had this before, and now the standards keep, zigzagging or dipping and peaking and troughing. Like, I think that's like a real problem in itself, like to just have that whole, they could pick up a fighting game and it plays well, but like, what else is in there? I don't think the bare bones content thing can really work. And I think that while Mace is right in the sense of we have done those things, I don't think we've sort of uniformly done those things in the way that like actually people can, look at and say, cool, I'm going to get like X amount of hours worth of story modes. I'm going to get like these other things that you're talking about, the questions of which I think is actually also a really important point, but we can talk about that instead. Yeah, and I just think like because they're looking at that, not getting that uniformity, I think that actually makes like a massive difference in terms of like their value proposition of the games. Because if they don't get those, then they have to get the IP carrying it. It has to be their favorite characters.
Yeah, and
if you don't get their favorite characters, then it's done.
That's something that when I was watching Brian F's video on the topic, like he's of the mindset that he believes that of all the things that the article talks about and his personal kind of hierarchy of important things, he believes that having lots of characters is like paramount. Like obviously not like 52 or 56 like Marvel 2, because in this day and age with the engine, that's like overkill. That's way too unrealistic. But he definitely believes that having more characters gives more chances for people to encounter their favorite characters in said game, which therefore increases the chances that they're gonna play the game and enjoy the game, because characters is so much of a, it's just an integral part. Like it's like like if you were to break down fighting games into like 3 core parts, like the characters has to be one of them, right? In terms of just why people play. So that's another topic.
It's one of the most important things, because people will just they'll force the play style because they like the character.
Yeah.
If you look at Marvel 3, right? If you think about like, and I'm sure Mace would attest to this both in Marvel 3 and in MVCI, right? I'm sure there's times where we're looking at like matchups and we're saying this person should just counter pick, right?
Yeah.
But they don't want to do that. They want to play the characters that they have an affinity with, and that is because like the design has largely factored into like the affinity that people have with those characters. So people are more willing to play the character they like and make that work than, you know, switch over to something else that mechanically just works better, right? It's why like the functions thing is so notorious. The functions comment during the MVCI rollout is because, like, sure, in terms of the FGC, we might say, I want a character who plays like Magneto, but other people are going to be like, well, I also want Magneto. I want Magneto, and I want Magneto to play like Magneto more than I want like someone who plays like Magneto, right? I'd rather have Magneto in there who plays like Nova than have somebody who plays like Magneto who isn't Magneto. Do you know what I'm saying?
I think he's missed. I think Brian's missed the key point before that. I think people look at the franchise before the character.
Yeah, that's going to play into it too.
I also agree with that. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I think if Marvel is coming out, before I know what characters are in, I'm like, oh, it's Marvel. I'm playing, regardless. And then I'll find the closest thing to what I like. Same with Dragon Ball. The same with Bleach. Me and Charlie got Bleach. I think Bleach is okay, but I'm sure Charlie was like, oh, Bleach. Let's see who they put in. Because we don't always know what's going to come in terms of DLC. But we know that there's a possibility. So I think we look, oh, it's Street Fighter. Unless you're a Ryu fan and a Chun fan, you're like, I might get my character. And that's what you go upon. And until the meantime, all the Makoto, I don't think there's a Makoto fan that is not playing, well, there's not many. There's going to be a couple. If you're a Makoto fan, you're not playing Street Fighter 6 because Makoto's not in it. You probably got Street Fighter 6 and you're like, I don't have the motivation to play because my character's not in it, but you did buy the game. Yeah. We're talking about people getting the game. So, and if we're talking about getting new people in, it doesn't matter about Makoto because a normie won't know Makoto. They're going to know Street Fighter, but they're not going to know Makoto.
But the other side to it,
I think.
Go on, finish.
Yeah, go on.
No, you finish. You were mid-sentence.
No. I was about to say, I think most of the things that have been brought up so far, I'm going to sound like super big-headed. I think this is all like small picture stuff, but I don't want to go into it. So there you go.
In responance to the IP
the
thing,
picture can definitely, it can definitely feed into the bigger picture. I think those things, like, I think it's more the sum of its parts than like the whole itself. But I might hear what you're saying. Well, sorry, go ahead, Charlie, because I cut you off.
In response to the IP thing, like you're correct, but I think that the reality is if a new fighting game comes out tomorrow and it's not based on any pre-existing IP, right, but it's got a decent budget and a good art style, at the end of the day, the characters in that game, like if the game has more characters that look appealing, that has a higher chance of bringing in people to play the game versus if it has less characters that don't look appealing. And I think that's what Brian's point is, right? Like, yes, if it's an existing IP, then that's going to kind of take precedence over who is in it, or it's going to kind of be equally as important, like who is in it and what is the IP. But assuming, like, what about when there is no IP power because it's a new IP, right? Like, I don't think he's suddenly wrong, because you would still care about what characters are in this game, who looks cool, what archetypes are there, how many characters are there, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if we're talking about new IPs, then sure, but I didn't think this conversation was specifically about new IP.
Yeah, I think it's everything.
Yeah,
we're talking about like just
Okay.
fighting games in general, so that would include new fighting games and existing fighting games or existing IPs.
I mean, it's going to suck because that basically leads to, if you're not using an existing IP that people know, then you're just going to have to pump out twice as more characters, hoping that someone who's not into fighting games is going to see it and latch onto one of the characters.
Well, I don't.
That's true, by the way.
I don't think so, because I think that the general point is having more, whether you're an existing IP or not, having more characters than less is important. That's the point, and I think that strikes true in both aspects, whether it's Street Fighter or fucking side roadman fighter in the alleyway. Like it doesn't matter which whether it's new or old IP. But it would behoove both games to have as many characters as feasibly possible.
Absolutely. I do think though that
disagree
they have
with
to
this
do more
before.
legwork. No, but they do have to do more legwork for if it's not a known or beloved IP, right? Because a lot of the time the beloved IP does the heavy lifting. Like all Wolverine had to do was just show up and be Wolverine, and everyone in their minds already knows how he talks and sounds, etc. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, while like under Night and Birth, like people are gonna be like, who are these characters? Who are these men? Like, and then they got to like obviously shine through with their personality and all the rest of that kind of stuff, right?
But
like,
that's the point, though, right?
these
Like,
beloved IP just have a
even if somebody, like, what's the worst poison? Is it like, who are these mad? Like, there's 30 characters and it's a new game, and then somebody asks themselves, who are these characters? Versus like, it's a new game and there's 10 characters, and then now the issue is, man, this new game only has 10 characters. At least if there's 30 or more than 10, there's more opportunities. Every character, every option on the character select screen is an opportunity for somebody to find a character that they enjoy and stick around with the game.
It's also an opportunity for them to not want to play the game. And when I jumped on Rivals, and there was, I can't remember how many characters there were on Rivals, but the problem is sometimes it depends on the person, but it can be a big problem or a small problem. A big problem is when you have a character roster that's really big, and you might find your character, right? You have to learn the other characters, regardless of even if you don't like them, you have to learn how they work to fight against them.
Yeah.
Now, if you use something like Tekken, and I've had this conversation with Tekken players, it's like, and they agree with me, it's super hard to learn Tekken, not because it's hard execution-wise, it's hard to remember 50 moves per character of your opponent. And if you've got 50 characters and some of them have between 60 and 100 moves, that's very daunting. That's not a good thing. That's when too much is bad.
I agree
So
that there
there's
is
a middle ground.
I agree that there's a sweet spot where it can lean into too much. However, even in the extreme world where there is a too much, I believe that the power of somebody having a character that they like trumps the fact that they will have to now learn more matchups because there's more characters. Like if you had to pick a poison, it's probably better to pick the poison where let's just have more characters so that people can have more opportunities to find something that they latch onto, because that will more likely allow them to be like, I don't care that I have to learn a bunch of matchups. I just really like this character, right? Like I do agree that at some... Say again?
I don't think for a casual that works. I think a casual player is going to see all those characters and get bamboozled and not want to go back.
I think they could. I don't think...
I think you're talking about us.
I
think you're talking about us.
No, I'm talking about both. I'm talking about both veterans, like people who play a lot, and newbies. I think I'm not disagreeing that there isn't a lot of people that would shy away because it's too much. But my argument would be that it could scare them away, but I don't think it always will, because I think that assuming that the person finds the character that they like and that they enjoy the game, I think more often than not, that will trump unless it's like a very complex game, right? Like, yeah, maybe there's going to be a very complicated game with crazy mechanics, and then on top of all these mechanics, now I have to learn 35 matchups. Okay, you're asking me to do too much. I agree there, but I think there are plenty of worlds where it's like the mechanics are not too overbearing. Sure, there's 35 characters, but I really like this character and I don't mind trying to see how far I can go with these characters against the rest of the cast. I think more often than not, the power of somebody finding their favorite character will usually trump having to learn matchups.
I think that's for us, the kind of, I would say it's like an ego. Like you need a little bit of an ego to be in competitive like fighting games, but to be in anything competitive, you kind of need ego.
Yeah.
When we're talking about people that are just picking up and playing, you know what they'll do? They'll just go and DeviantArt and get a picture of the character that they like. They don't have to sit there and learn and play the character, I think. And the more they lose, the more they'll be like, what am I wasting my time holding this massive L over and over again? But yeah, I think there's a big difference between like a casual and the people that you're talking about, which I agree. if Tekken had a character, if Tekken had Hawkeye in it, I'm learning Tekken regardless. I don't care how many legacy people are going to beat me over and over again until I learn the mechanics of the game.
Yeah.
I would play because my favorite character. I 100% agree with that. I just think normies don't think like that. They're going to be like, I've got work in like 8 hours. I'm going to go to sleep. I don't need to play this game and keep losing. That's how I think normies think. I could be wrong though, because I'm not a normie anymore.
If normies think like that, right? Well, normies might be a bit of a. Yeah, I mean, if normies think that way, yeah. Like, in the end, I think it's the developer's job to find a way to either loop them into cycle them through various game modes, right? They don't always have to go towards like ranked and casual. If they go into ranked and casual and that's all they have, you're gonna struggle like to really retain the players. Like, I think the thing that's gonna make people maybe stay is like a stream of new characters and potential content, right? Kind of what Charlie was saying in the sense of like, you know, it will trump their favorite characters will trump like the shortcomings, right? It's why like DBFZ has a story mode, but DBFZ had a story mode. I think it was a couple months after the game had come out, right? They patched it in. Is that correct, Smith?
I remember I played it, but I got hoodwinked. I had to play it to get certain characters. Otherwise, I wouldn't have played it. But,
Oh yeah, you also had to unlock them, innit?
yeah, I had to unlock,
Oh,
not the blues. Basically, to get blue Vegeta and blue Goku, you had to play the story mode. The story mode is like an extra android and zombies.
What a scam! What a scam! You see, and that's funny. And you know what's funny about that, right? Is that game is one of the it's top 10 highest selling fighting games of all time. Dragon Ball Fighters, right? One of the reasons being, right? I'm sure. No. Story mode definitely factored in. But
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. If I get a chance to
is
mention
it's
it,
not the biggest
I'll read
reason.
your messages.
No, I think the biggest. No. I think the biggest reason
Yeah,
is that
for sure.
Dragon Ball is an insane IP, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it did a lot of heavy lifting. People saw their favorite characters, which is 9 Gokus, right? And they loved all 9 Gokus. So that was one of the reasons why it was doing well. But why it was also doing well is like the fact that the things like story mode, things like some of the additional content they had in the game, I think also did a good job. And partially, as well, the way it played, right? It was actually a very accessible game. But I think that in terms of like the hierarchy, I think that if the game was more degenerate, but they added more characters, right? Or they added more content, people, I think, largely would find a way to either try and bypass that by, I don't know, playing the different content, or just like, really maybe even potentially getting Bell, potentially.
I low-key think the biggest factor out of everything is content creators, and most people don't talk about it. If your favorite if a big content creator plays your game, it's gonna pop off. With the Dragon Ball, I would say Liferio, he made casuals play that game because he did like the boss battle thing, and he made
Duncan
content on
Goku.
it. Yes,
but you know what's crazy about that, right? No, but so here's the thing.
Content creators, bro.
This feeds into what I'm kind of saying, right? The boss battle stuff was content, but largely, if the games themselves had that stuff, that would also actually feed into these people going like, "That's cool. I'm gonna also do that." But sometimes when that stuff's not there, the content creators are like the shortcut to you experiencing the best parts of the game without actually playing the game. You could actually also get that experience, but also try it yourself if this stuff is in there. If you've got like some kind of seasonal boss, this is like stuff that fighting games could quite easily do. You could just reskin somebody and be like, "Oh, friggin' Dark Beast, bro." You know what I mean? Like, let's say Beast is in the game, bro. Word to Mace, bro. Dark Beast, yeah.
Sorry, I
And they
wasn't
throw
paying
Dark
attention.
Beast in, and he's a super boss.
I thought I was grounded,
And
and,
he's
then
doing
he hit
something
me with a
about
second
that.
lightning bolt, and I died.
He did the Silver Surfer thing in Marvel 3, and it made everyone a heralds. And they gave Hulk at IAB. This is what I mean. We're talking about things that we've not done it. We've done these things.
Yeah, but these things, come on, you need to implement it. No, implement it properly.
I need.
Do you know why you're not? Do you know why you're not getting gaslit? Do you know why you're not getting gaslit? 'Cause I agree. No, because I agree that we've done this, but we're not doing it in a way that's like I said. There's a standard that needs to be set. There's uniformity that needs to be set. It needs to be done consistently. I think if you just throw it, the thing about what we just said, right, is that it's done this year. Do you think that Marvel vs. Capcom 3, like, and this is literally the greatest fighting game of all time ever made? Yeah, like whoever's saying I can't see no comments, I ain't hearing no ads. If you man start saying stuff that's not Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is the greatest game, I can't hear you. Do you think that game is like a good product in terms of like features? a feature-rich product.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes. You know why?
Yeah,
You know why?
yes, no.
First of
Go
all, the
ahead.
consistency thing is insane. You're basically asking to herd cats. How can we have consistency when we've got 20 million different types of devs making different types of fighting games? 3D,
Agree.
arena,
I
platform.
agree.
So you're asking for something you know can't happen, which is insane. It's not like we're talking about MOBAs where there's like a handful that everyone knows, and then they've got the uniformity because they didn't all start at the same time, but they saw one and then they copied that. We had Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and then Tekken. 3 totally different games with totally different angles that they're approaching. One's super gory, one's traditional karate into street fighting, and one's 3D. And you're asking for conformity is like, you know it's not gonna happen. And
Well,
then what was the other part about when we're talking about stuff like the Crypt, which I said was a good thing, we're asking people that are making a PvP game to focus on the PvE element. What are we doing? What are we doing?
And you 100% should do something like that.
Yeah.
And because
Why?
and
Go get
why?
them to cry. Why are we telling the
Yeah, but
devs?
because they're not the same game. Because they're not the same game. They're not the same game at all.
No, but you're asking like the fighting game thing to go put some mini quests in your game. What's the mini quest in League of Legends? They have spin-offs from the core lore, but when you go in League of Legends, you queue, you play, you queue, you play. That is it. When I was watching Charlie play Hearthstone, you queue, you play, you queue, you play. There's different ways to play the card game, and fighting games have that. You have like team battles, time attack, blah blah blah. But now we're asking for world tour in every game.
Yes.
It doesn't have to
but
be
not Pokemon.
Well,
Pokemon has. Sorry, I'm ranting. My bad.
no,
My bad. You go.
no, you go.
So no, wait. No, it doesn't have to be world tour. But what I'm asking for is that the baseline and the floor needs to be raised.
Yeah.
In
I think one thing I wanted to
100% needs
respond
be
to-
raised in terms of content. And the other thing I'll say as well as the floor being raised, I'll say that the difference between those games as well is that I think team-based games and single player like 1v1 games are completely different beasts. Completely different, right? I think I agree about you queue, you play, right? And that largely works at League of Legends. Do I think League of Legends could probably get even more sort of players in there and player retention if they did all this stuff that we're talking about? Actually, yes, right? Does it need it? I don't play League of Legends, right? Maybe people who play League of Legends might tell you that it does, that if it could bring more players and that would make the game better. Maybe they don't think it needs it. But I think
it's not even
the
a
way that
matter
we're
of
framing
hold
it
on.
right
It's
now
not
is-
a matter of think. It's a matter of fact that they don't, because it's one of the most popular. Like that would be like saying Fortnite could do something a little bit better to get more players, but it's fucking Fortnite. They probably don't need. They're not suffering from the same issue or this. Remember, part of the
Right.
thesis is fighting games are not appealing to as many. They're not appealing to as much people as they could be. But Fortnite and League and Dota and Overwatch and Marvel Rivals, they do not have this problem. So that's part of the reason why using them to say why don't they do these things would be the counter, because it's like, well, they don't need to, because the genre and the kind of game that they are does not suffer from the same symptoms that fighting games are suffering from.
Real quick, then I'm gonna let you finish. Then we can't compare fighting games to other games. Then if we can't do it in reverse, we can't go fighting games should be like this because these games do it. We can't do that if I'm not allowed to say, well, these games don't do this. That's why.
No.
fighting games
It's
don't
not that
do
you're not allowed to say it. It's that those games are not suffering from the same disease. So there's no point in bringing up the like they do not have the same problem. That's why I'm saying that it doesn't make sense to ask why don't these games do it, because we're saying, or the article is claiming, that in order for fighting games to reach a more wider appeal, they should borrow some of these ideas from some of these other games. But if you then
Yeah, the successful games. All right, then if we're going to use the analogy of medicine, their medication doesn't work for us. So why are we looking at chess for what we should do? We can't have it both ways. We can either compare or we can't compare, right? Surely that's fair.
well,
I think
but I think
maybe
to-
the belief is that currently what these games are doing is not enough, and that's why we need to look outwards. I actually don't necessarily think we need to look completely outwards. I think that you can look at the top selling fighting games, or I'm gonna count Smash. People can say what they want. Fighting games, yeah, and look at why those games are successful. IP is gonna like massively account for like why some of those things are successful. I think those games could probably trim down a bunch of things in terms of content and still sell well. Smash is kind of an example of that, really. It's been like sort of sequentially less content and still selling well, and sometimes even better. But I also do think that like those games also tend to be more feature rich than the games at the bottom that people think play better and aren't selling as well. Why aren't they selling as well? Sometimes they're not selling as well because they don't have Mario in there, they don't have Goku in there, they don't have Ryu in there, right? But also sometimes the reason that they're doing that is because you're not giving people reasons to just go and like buy the game and enjoy it the way that we could have like 25, 30 years ago. Do you know what I'm saying? CVS2 is probably, I'd say, one of the least feature rich games, right? And what do you say about ST? Go on.
What did ST have? And that was the best selling Street Fighter
Yeah,
game.
but
To
again, you're not considering the different time that we're living in, though, right? Like the article even talks about that. The article talks about classic best-selling games that sold a lot because we were living in, like, we're talking about the game that essentially birthed the genre, right? It's clearly it's not the same thing. Yes, Street Fighter 2 didn't need the things that we're talking about because it was in a completely different era during the arcades, right? It birthed the genre. So when time goes on and we're in the world that we live in now, that's been heavily affected by all the tangential games that are, you know, like like orbiting the games that we enjoy. We can't just then now look to Street Fighter 2 and be like, well, it worked back then, why doesn't it work now? But clearly there's reasons why it doesn't work now. Or why it's not enough now.
But ST wasn't the first fighting game. Like, yes, it was the birth, but it's like there was fighting games before that failed. And I'm saying ST didn't fail. It was in a different time, yes. But in the article, they talk about chess. Chess is nothing like. How can you compare chess to fighting games?
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things we can.
This is my point.
Yeah.
It's not fair because chess is hella old. Why are we comparing that to a fighting game for? And then I made ST as an example. And you're like, yeah, it came at a different time, which I agree, but it didn't have modes. It had arcade mode and PvP. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I would agree.
literally what it had.
I wouldn't. I mean, we've talked about chess and fighting games before. I also wouldn't use chess as an example. Like we've had this discussion as well. So that's one of the aspects of the article I would disagree with.
Okay, cool. Then that's fine then. I just don't like I don't mind comparing. And you know what? I normally try to go, okay, what's the symmetry breaker? But I think when it's like a case of, oh, it's not fair to compare, I'm like, well, then we don't have a bar. It's an arbitrary bar that we're setting for fighting games. Maybe fighting games are just not meant to be that big because it's such a grueling solo, like, competitive thing. And when I was saying stuff like Pokemon, right? Pokemon, the actual game Pokemon has so many spin-offs where you've got speedrunning, you can play for the lore, the story, and you have the PvP element. Fighting games don't have that. You fight. I guess you could maybe make like a speedrunning category with time attack, but I don't think they ever like got anywhere, right? Or survival mode. Fighting games are kind of like narrow in terms of the most important part is beating another person, and it does suck, but it's the element of the beast. You can't. You can't speed run chess on your own. There's just some elements of a game where you don't have the sort of like subgenres where you do in other games. Like first-person shooters, they have speed runs as well, right?
But I think one question you have to ask though is like everything I hear everything you're saying and I agree with like basically all of it. But at some point you have to ask yourself, why is it the case then that almost every time when a fighting game comes out, developers make an attempt. They make an attempt to add these other things that are more interesting for casual gamers, such as World Tour, right? Like why did Capcom add World Tour? That would be a question that I would ask. Why do you think they added it?
Because they're trying to catch casuals. I don't think any like pro or like fighting game head asks for World Tour mode. I think it was a case of I want someone who never played Street Fighter to want to jump in.
Yeah, that's the point, right? That's the point that that's why the article kind of champions. That's the joke. That's why the article sometimes champions Street Fighter 6 as being a good example of what it could look like for doing this kind of thing. Now, obviously, not every game studio is going to have the budget to make a world tour, like to have a whole third-person exploration mode in a game where the main combat is on a 2D plane. Like, you know, not everyone can do that, but it doesn't always have to be in the form of world tour, right? Like, I think we see time and time again that developers who make fighting games are trying to make compelling other ways to play or compelling draws, but oftentimes they just fail at it. And some of them succeed at it, like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. And I think that the fact that so many people attempt this should be evident of some kind of desire or some kind of need that a lot of these developers are like, yeah, we need. we need to do more than just round one fight over and over again on ranked, you know?
I agree. This is one of the times I'm going purely off vibes.
Yeah.
Purely off vibes, right? I think what is happening is we're getting different type, which I kind of like. We're getting different types of fighting games. Like Charlie said, we've got platformers, team games, 1v1s, arenas, 3D, all of these different types of fighting games, because every time this conversation came up, it's like, what can we do different from the devs? This is what I'm saying. We're not doing anything new here. Devs have been saying this since probably ST. When Alpha came in, they were like, oh, what about if we could just air block? Like, they've always gone, what can we do something different to this fighting game to make it stand out? And the issue I think has happened is you've just divided the niche. You've divided a niche community to where I can go on Twitter and probably like 80% of people saying, oh, not more tag slop. These tag games, they're just throwing them out and nobody likes them. No one's liked them since MVCI. I'm like, that's cool. That's fine. It's not your cup of tea. When we never had a state where it was like, this is fundamental fighting games. This is it. This is the standard. And you can make, I don't know, community ways to deviate around that, where it's like, okay, you can have a tournament where you can't jump, where they have like speedrunning categories. Speedrunners have like no glitch runs and all that sort of stuff. We could do that as a community. Or even like Smash. Smash does this. Smash does this with like certain stages you can't pick. Or if you have a tournament where you ban certain characters, or ratio tournaments in Marvel. They're community things that you can do to mix up the game. But I think if we keep making different things to fighting games, all we're doing is subdividing. And we're getting stuff like Uni, where it's called Anime Street Fighter. We've got there's so many categories, there's no categories. There's just no categories. They're just individual games.
I think the only thing that's creating categories is the mechanics of the game. I don't think the stuff around the game, like the tertiary, you know, single player party modes, though, that's not what's creating the division. It's just the different. It's just the mechanics. Like even you know, once upon a time we used to say air dash fighter, and now it seems like anime fighter is the term, right? So I don't think that's happening. Yeah, I think that's a result of mechanics.
Yeah, sorry.
Take out of all of those as well.
Yeah.
Do you want to? Okay, one of the hottest takes I'll give is that I think, in terms of many of these different genres, subgenres that we're subdividing, I don't think they matter. Like in terms of marketing towards like the general audience and actually getting them to come on and try and play the game. Of course, right? There's going to be things that maybe it might be an easier sell, but I think that largely the IP and the content brute forces the gameplay. I think you can give people a sweat fighter, and it won't matter because they'll have Cyclops and next month they're getting like Gambit, right? And 2 months from now they're getting whoever the hell. Do you know what I'm saying? They're getting Magneto. You'll see. Look at even Mortal Kombat, right? In terms of the narrative behind Mortal Kombat, every single time. And this isn't even me talking about Mortal Kombat games, because I largely haven't been even playing Dem or Injustice. But you hear people go, "These games are shit," yeah, and then they'll hate by it and they'll just be like, yeah, the game shit. Next gen, they're back and they're buying it again, saying the game is shit. Now, like to me, logic would dictate that, you know, you put your hand to the stove and now you're not a fan. But something is making them keep coming back, and part of that is going to be maybe the fact that they like Liu Kang, Sub-Zero, and Scorpion. That makes a massive difference. Maybe it's also the fact they know that they're going to buy it and get themselves like what they consider to be a good product, right? And that's also factoring into them buying it. Mortal Kombat is like consistently been basically the highest selling fighting game of each generation. I think maybe now, I don't know if it's still the top in this gen. I think so far it probably still is. Maybe DBLZ in terms of that versus MK11 might have done like better, but largely Mortal Kombat games tend to be the highest selling. Right? Now we got to ask ourselves why that is. Now, I think that content makes a massive difference, right? I think personality of those characters makes a massive difference. Voice lines, right? All these things make massive differences. Into different unique interactions, right? All these things that you're saying that also fighting games have largely had, which I agree they have had. And again, when I was saying before about,
well, some of them they haven't. Wait, not to cut you, but like even what you just said there, there was a good idea about voice lines, right? Like I was playing Overwatch earlier, and the way you can customize like what your character says, and you could like, I think part of the reason why this article is kind of spreading quite a lot is obviously because there's a lot of stuff in there that people have had these these kinds of discussions with their friends and stuff. But I think it's because the genre of what fighting games are lend so well to some of these concepts. Like you could very easily have Ryu say something else when you do a fireball, and you could even monetize that. Like, okay, you can buy fucking loot box. Ryu says "get fucked" when he throws Hadouken, right? Like, there's so many. I'll let you go back to it, but I just want to add that, like, there's so many aspects of what fighting games currently are that adding certain things to spice them up wouldn't take one, it wouldn't take away from what fighting games are, and two, it would lend so well to the kind of game that it is, right? I think that's another thing that's a big deal.
So what you said, I think, is evolution, because we do have, we can change the language of our characters.
Yeah.
In most games, right? And I don't know how many games do it now, but in Guilty Gear, there was another game I just played that let me do it. My Hero Academia, All's Justice or whatever.
Right.
You can change the announcer to a character. So my favorite character could be the announcer for the whole.
You can do that in Soul Calibur as well.
That's a very good touch.
Is it Soul Calibur or DOA?
Nah, not Soul Calibur.
It's DOA, right?
Nah, it's probably DOA. It's probably DOA. I don't remember that being Soul Calibur. If it was, maybe it was one that
I
didn't
think it's
play.
DOA.
So yeah, I mean,
Soul Calibur. Do you know what's funny?
Said about in terms of like changing Ryu saying Hadouken to Hadouken or something like that. Like
Hadouken.
Yeah.
All right, I'll tell you what, right? Okay, Mace. Here's something, right? Do you think that the addition of like the sort of like the faces that they make at the start of the round in Street Fighter 6 is like a good addition for like the general audience? You think that's something that they react to positively, that maybe affects their perception of the game?
I think it makes good like TikTok shorts. I don't.
Okay.
Again, there's always going to be a gap in my process because I can't think as a casual. I can pretend to think. I can LARP as a casual.
Yeah, just LARP as a casual. I think that's what we're asking you to do. Just LARP for a small moment.
LARP away, because there's two things I'm going to be asking you, right? That's one thing, right? It's to LARP as a casual. I'm also going to get you to LARP as a game dev, but that's like the next thing I'm going to lead into, right? So if I'm going to get you to LARP as a casual, yeah, and I'm going to say like, do you think that these additional things that they're adding, do you think that like they're better to have, or do you think the game could sort of do without it? Do you think it like affects the game's both like sales and like perception positively? Do you think it affects it positively?
I don't think I don't think it affects sales. I think it is cool for a week as a casual. I think after I've wiggled the analog stick and made them do all these faces, after a week, it's going to get really boring. But it's cool to have something in the load time, in the 5-second load time. That's cool. But I don't think it's going to make them more money having that in there. I don't think they would have lost. I don't think they will lose money if they took it out now.
Wait, so you're saying like, so if you could buy more
more
facial expressions to do on the character select screen, you don't think people would buy that? Or people would buy the fuck out of that?
Oh, that wasn't what I specifically asked.
people would buy
that's
it.
a good question to ask, though. No, that's a good question to ask.
I'll say sorry. When I meant more, I don't think anyone saw Street Fighter 6 and went, you know what? At loading screen, if they move their faces, I would buy the game because I can't move their faces. I'm not going to. You mean so? Yeah, maybe it's the case that they would lose money not doing it, but they can earn money by doing it.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yes, and that's fair. That's fair, right? So that thing, which it sounds like you're agreeing that like it would affect the game positively, right? And it probably has affected the game positively, even if you think it might be limited.
Yeah.
I can think of in 25 to 30 years 2 games that do that: Soul Calibur and Street Fighter 6. Soul
No
Calibur
use.
2.
Sorry. Soul Calibur 2.
Soul
No
Calibur,
use.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I can't remember if in I assume maybe in the later ones because I played 3, but I didn't really play 4 and 5. But Soul Calibur 2 is what introduced that, from my understanding.
Yeah.
Street Fighter 6, after like 25 to 30 years, 25 odd years, brought that back, and everyone's like, you know, like obviously they're not saying I'm buying the game because of this, but you see people like posting the friggin' like the faces. It's like it's giving the game more visual like sort of exposure, and people are like, oh, like they're finding somebody's funny, the face is funny, they find the face is cool, right? People will send like, you know, reaction gif. Even I do it, a reaction gif of like one of the like jury or something doing a face. That thing has not been like done in most of these games, and I think that you could find in most of these games they could probably benefit from something like that, but it's just something that people aren't willing to do. Now, if like the fighting game itself feels like it's not that type of tone that it should have that. That's fine, right? But even like the fact that people are treating that like it's an incredible addition, when in actuality it's like a 25-year-old like feature, is crazy, and it kind of shows like how sort of stagnant it sort of the fighting games have gotten outside of fighting games. That like you can make an addition like that, and people look at it like that's incredible, because I find it really fun. And I find it really like sort of, you know, like cool, and I could sort of post gifs and whatnot. But I don't think it's the most innovative thing in the world, because it has been seen long before, right? Now we could argue, oh, maybe devs decided that they just weren't going to add things like that because they didn't think it was necessary, right? But I think clearly, especially in this day and age, that people are looking at those types of things, and that sort of does affect the perception of the game positively, which actually can lead to like sales, man. Sometimes people will look at little things like that and they'll be like, oh, what's this guy from? Like, look it up, and he's like, oh, Ryu's in Street Fighter. Look at Street Fighter match and be like, that's cool. Do you know what I mean?
I will say from a dev's perspective, real quick, that to me, I don't know. I'm a LARP. I'm gonna LARP as a dev.
LARP away.
I'm gonna see that Street Fighter thing and go, what a waste of resources and time. That was just a stopgap in loading time. But what people really want is less loading time. So what they've done is gone, you know what? We can't shorten this loading time. We've reached max capacity. So we'll let you do something. And other games have done this. Like you can play like, what was it, like Asteroids in between like the old like SNES games. In between, not
Budokai games. Budokai
yeah.
games. You rotated the analog, and you could make like Master Roshi spin and like, fly away. And
it's a key jingle. It's a key jingle mechanic in the game where it's like, don't think about the loading time. Don't think about, because when I think of like Guilty Gear, I'm like, yeah, it's an eagle flying, and then you got to watch the eagle hover, then it goes to the stage. I'm like, yeah, I think I'd rather have no loading time than a little mini game. And I think that's what the devs did. They went, okay, we can't solve this problem. Here's a bandage. You can, you know, pull funny faces.
But it's
while
smart
you're
though.
waiting for your game to load.
I think the point being is that it's a smart
amazing
band-aid.
Band-Aids.
It's just a clever band-aid.
Yeah, it's an amazing
smart,
one.
yeah. I just think
And also, you ain't laughing as a dev. You're laughing as a suit, bro. You're laughing as like
True.
CEO. And you're like, right, I'm firing all of you if you don't hit X amount of sales, right? Get this crap out of here, yeah. This is not like what? How much? Get this out of here. Get out of my
Okay,
sight.
maybe. Because I'll be like,
Be gone.
what are you guys doing? We want this to get cut down. Why are you putting more stuff into the loading screen? You're making it take longer. People ain't got time to wait. That's,
But-
yeah, maybe I'm a CEO.
But like you
Maybe
said
I'm
though,
a
they with in the case of SF6, that loading time, one, the loading time is quite fast, and two, like you said, that's probably as much as they can cut it down. So why not add something that's a little bit of fun and just, you know, crack a smile or whatever.
Yeah,
I think those things do make a difference, right? It's not like sort of tangible like content that we was talking about before, but I think those things all do lead into like, you know,
Yeah.
a better product in terms of the sheen of it, and like the sort of overall aesthetic actually does help, right?
Yeah.
I do think so, because I mean, like,
Thumbs up,
you know, yeah, and look, the stuff I was talking about before, right? Like Marvel 2 is a beloved fighting game, but that game in terms of content has like nothing. It's like you go into like train. You don't. I think even the later versions had training mode, but it's like you just go into arcade and just fight with your favorite characters, right? Like, but you know, like the standards have changed, kind of like what Charlie was saying before. The not even the standards, the tastes and the wants and the desires have changed, and I think that maybe fighting games are slow to adapt to something like that, because largely what these, if you look at most of these games, fighting games now, and you transport them back to 1995. Maybe they wouldn't play the way that they play, right? Because maybe people in 1995 would be like, this is garbage, right? And they're just going to move on to another game in the arcade and just play that. But in terms of like what the game's giving you, let's say they like the way the game played, most of these games would be doing a fantastic job. Fast forward 30 years, 35 years, they're not doing a fantastic job compared to like how they once were. Like fighting games are dominating the scene. Like fighting games were selling like more than most things, and sure, like arcade cabinets also did factor in massively as to why that was the case. But
you don't think
like,
there was a trade-off though? Like I get when I think about arcade games, fighting games are kind of the only one where you knock someone else off. You remove the ability for someone else to play. So
Yes.
in one aspect, you have, well, less people are going to play your fighting game because people aren't going to lose their money. They're not going to play for like 1 minute, get battered, and have to put in more money. But you also get the ego guys like us, but maybe not Charlie, he's outgrown this silliness. But we'll be like, no, I'm going to beat you. So you just fork over all your money. So they get more money from less people. Where all the other games, you kind of felt when you played like Donkey Kong, you feel like you get your money's worth out of it, and you're not going to get knocked off by another individual. So fighting
Like
games,
you're getting knocked
people's
off by the
money-
computer. Yeah.
With fighting games, they get 2 people's money. Well, I said it wrong. You get double the amount of money because you're getting from player 1 and player 2, and you get a kind of it's kind of like FOMO. It's kind of like FOMO where you're like, oh, I need to keep playing. I need to get better so I stop losing my money. But there's less people playing that fighting game. That's how I think the arcade culture might have kind of twisted it in terms of, fighting games were massive. You know why? Because the reaction people got from watching someone sink loads of money in to be the best. Where other games, when you had like, what was that King of Kong documentary on? What's his name? Billy, what's his face?
I forget what his name is. Yeah, didn't he cheat or something like that? Yeah, it doesn't matter anyway.
An allegation. But what happened is he would play a game and everyone would watch. When Ryan Hart plays the game, people want to step up and try to fight him.
So here's what I'll say, right? Do you know why I think that I'm glad that you actually did go to the arcade. You elaborated on that. It's because I can elaborate further, right? I think the PvP aspect of arcade is like massive. But you know what's also massive is that I could walk past and I could see a Street Fighter cab and I could throw in some money and try and just complete arcade mode, right? And then I'm like, oh my god, like Akuma was like impossible to beat. Like, oh my god, like Galactus was, do you know? And this is the thing that it's like the PvP part has largely been covered, right? And actually, I would argue could definitely do with some quality of life improvements and changes. Can always do with that, and definitely they should do that, right? Some of the things that you see, some games didn't even have spectator mode. That's a PvP like quality of life change. That's like. Do you know what I'm saying? So
What's
like
that
those
meme?
things.
Who is that? Is that like a basketball player?
Yeah, that's a boxer,
day.
freaking Deontay Wilder.
Yeah.
To this day, and like, and like those things actually, to me, that should be like part of the things I'm talking about in terms of baseline that should be like achieved, right? But those things might not even necessarily affect sales with the casual audience. But the PvE aspect actually has been largely neglected. It's like we wouldn't care, right, if, like we said, Dark Beast is in the game and Dark Beast is just like doing the most nonsense. Like you beat Dark Beast and then he like Gil resurrections and everyone's like, what the hell is wrong with this character? And then like they just, you know what I mean? Resurrection. Yeah. And then like after that, the freaking like you said, your favorite influencer will jump on and be like, this is impossible. And then later on, like I don't know, a month later, yo, I actually beat him. This is what you need to do. And there's maybe even he's like low-key a puzzle instead of just hard to beat. He's a puzzle. Oh, you get him into this area of the screen after you pressuring him, or you make him block X amount of fireballs, and then all of a sudden, like he stops doing this, right? And now you can go through and you can beat. Like I think those types of things, right? The same way that we as a fighting game community banded together to try and figure out how to be, I don't know, Phoenix in Marvel 3, was like anti-Phoenix tech, all this and that. And the FGC was like, okay, we need to deal with this. This is a problem, right? If you create those types of things in like fighting games where it's like you don't even have to venture too far out, you can just like say, Dark Beast, Kage, or whoever, right? Freaking Mecha Akuma is just nonsense. This is a bullshit character. Let's figure out how to.
Is this your first time?
I think those things
Is
would
this your
actually
first
make a
time doing the
difference
fight all the way
in like
through?
the actual products. Because I think again, it's like when people talk about products, they think about like products being feature rich. Products, obviously, you want a product to mechanically work great. Yeah, it's like if it's like, okay, I've got a knife and the knife is sharp and it cuts.
Well, welcome.
Great, right?
Welcome
Does
to the fight.
functional job, right? If you've got a knife, but if other people are like selling Swiss Army knives and you're like looking towards here and you can't really get over the Swiss Army, or you don't really want the Swiss Army knives, but you want like your knife to do a bit more, and they're like, nah, but the knife is like, it cuts, right? That's fine. But the audience is saying, but I do kind of want the other things on top of that. Even if you make the knife look nice, even if you make the knife have a little like, you know, knifey spoony, you know what I mean, little spork in there or something, run that, because that's kind of what people are wanting. That's what they're asking for. So I think like, you know what? Actually, you guys go ahead and just give your thoughts here. I'm gonna go pick up like the top 10 fighting games and take a look at those, right? Top best selling fighting games of all time. Sorry,
you
go ahead.
go, Charlie. I think, I think I'm so much more focused on content creators than mechanics in games. I think it's better that you go.
Well, I think we all agree with the content, like the power that content creators have. But I think
Mhm.
if we're putting on our LARPing game dev hats, we cannot design a game relying upon like a third party human that may or may not play the game for their audience, right? Like, and actually, the better the game is, or the more content that it has, the greater the chances that the content creator is gonna put it in front of their audience anyway. So while I agree that content creators play a big role, we can't, if we're acting like the game devs, we can't account for it. We can't really strategically account for it. I mean, we can, but it just wouldn't be smart to.
Fair.
So-
I think I don't know if you guys know about Fatal Fury. They got. I mean, it's not a good example because most people don't like that game. But they got
Kaisen and ISO
KSI.
Speed
Yeah,
with the
and I was
adverts
like,
and stuff.
bro, if I Show Speed plays Fatal Fury for anything more than like a week, the game's gonna pop off. I think he streamed it for like 2 days. I think. The
Wait, you said
influence-
KSI or I Show Speed? You said KSI.
I Show you. Sorry, I Show Speed. I think he played it for like 2 days.
What? KOF. Fatal
Fatal
Fury.
Yeah. I think. I think if they did kind of like what Strive does, where if someone wins a World Tour event, their name and characters in the game. If
Agree.
if
Yeah.
if Max went into a time machine and did what he did for Marvel 3 for Tokon, and they put Maximilian in the game doing his assist
my
me,
God.
Yeah.
that would do. I personally
Come
think
on.
again, all vibes. That would do more than them adding, like, I don't know, time attack in the game. I think
You gotta do better. You gotta do better than time attack. But I hear what you're saying. But I think you
Yeah.
gotta do better than time attack. But yes, it would do better. Than
I
that.
couldn't figure. I don't know. They put 3v3. You could do 3v3 instead of 4v4. I don't know. Something super different to what the base game is. I think that does the most. And if I was on the dev team, if anything I would add would be something to draw in speedrunners. Because speedrunners are probably more
Because I
sick in
think
the
my
head
friends are
than
pretty
fighting game
good, so
players.
we should
Like
make it fun.
the amount of
I guess it would be fun
time
to carry them
and
as
like
far
mental
as you can.
fortitude to just do the same thing over and over and over and over and over for literally months just to shave off 5 seconds. We need those sick people to do like an arcade mode where the enemies are random. You don't, because most arcade and story modes, it's the same characters, so you can find a pattern. If you randomized it, because that's what they do in a lot of the Pokemon games, because you have like random encounters. When you get the good spreads of enemies, you're like, I can smoke all these characters really quick. I can get like a world record or something. If they put that in the game, you could tap into a criteria of people that are into speedrunning. But at the moment, we don't have. I can't remember the last time there was a time attack mode in a game. I can't remember. That seems like a PS
It's
era
more of
thing.
like a racing game
But-
thing.
Yeah.
No, but I do you know what? I actually think that I largely agree with what you're saying in terms of the overlap of, because I actually think there's a good amount of overlap between those two communities. I think
Oh, we're both weirdos, man.
repetition. I think the sort of bullheaded repetition of trying to improve is like a good overlap between the communities. So I actually do agree with that. Obviously, that's not what they're going for, because they probably think that like largely in terms of those communities, that's not enough people, right? That's like that's even more niche than fighting games, which I don't disagree with. But I don't disagree with like adding on. I think more players is more players, and it doesn't cost much more to actually add those people on. So I actually agree with what you're saying in that regard.
And
You're
what's
talking
cool about
about
that,
like
though,
Go ahead.
those added people will maybe they'll get invested, but they don't care
Mm-hmm.
about tournaments. They would not care about Filipino champ being the best at the game against other people, because they're like, but can you
Oh,
beat
no worries, man. Thanks, Ace.
the
Thanks for
Yeah, yeah,
passing
computer as
by.
fast as I can?
And
Then you
yeah,
get
have a
two
good
different
time
skills. It's just like
writing.
it's
And
like
again,
Pokemon.
good job.
It's just like
and
Pokemon. You got the
congrats
speedrunners and you got the
on, landing
VGC
a new
players.
job.
They're
Good
playing
shit,
the
man.
same
Have
game,
a nice day.
but
Catch
they've
you.
gone into two different
catch you
like
on the
it's
next
like
one.
a skill tree. They've veered away. So yeah, I don't know.
I
Even-
agree. I agree.
Just
And not only
Maximilian in the
do I
game, bro.
agree. No, put Maximilian again. Not only do I agree though, but like I think that so that, you know, like I was gonna say, like LARP and say how would you like sort of get the game more sales and get the game sort of more liked by a wider audience, and you've given me an example of that, which I think is a good example. I think it's a good building block. If I was to ask you to crack, oh well, I can't use that term anymore because Zoomers are, yeah, that means something else. But if I was to ask you to scratch into like that sort of that contingent of like general audience players. Which let's say you are trying to do what the devs are trying to do right now in the companies, but better. They're trying to get casuals. How would you get casuals into the game playing more? And how would you keep them?
Do I have the GTA like infinite money glitch, where I can do anything?
I don't think it's fair to
sure.
have infinite money because that's not none of the games that we're talking about have infinite money, right? Let's say like you got a good budget, like a Street Fighter 6 budget. I think would be the most fair. Unless Chrome disagrees, I think say if we give you infinite money,
that's fair.
Yeah, infinite money
that's
is
fair.
like the cheat code.
That's fair.
So initially, I'm like, it's gonna sound corny, but I honestly think this is the best time block. I need to get Mr. Beast to play my game.
Wait, who?
That's
Mr.
what I'm
Beast.
thinking about.
Oh, okay.
Mr.
okay.
Beast. I need Mr. Beast to hold it, play it, do something with my game. And then obviously, depending on the budget, will trickle down to other influencers. I think an influencer genuinely liking the game is super important. I'm not like saying, oh, we'll pay you this amount of money, you play it for a week, and then, that's it. Like, we need to find someone who actually likes the game. I thought that was going to be the case. I don't know why I thought this, but like, oh, Snoop Dogg seems like someone who might actually like Tekken.
Yeah, and I mean, he was in Tekken 6. Using T6 as the end of the stage.
But is he playing Tekken? I think he did like
No,
do the whole
no,
East Coast
no.
housey thing, but yeah. I was like, you was
No,
in
not
Death
really.
He had the moment.
Not really. Yeah, no. So what happened with him is that he did the theme tune and he was in the stage. He did Knock Him Down, and he was also just in the background. So they had his likeness just sitting there chilling. And I actually think that like probably did help, right? I don't think it's like people like Snoop Dogg's in the game and buying the game. They don't have to even consciously think that, yo, if Snoop Dogg's not in the game, I ain't buying that shit. But what they probably will be is like, oh, that's cool. Like those little like, oh, that's cool, that's nice, I like that, right? Will build and build and build into like a product that they actually care about. Do you know what I'm saying? I think largely it's about just getting them in the door and then like sort of the products eventually keeping them.
Yeah, can I add to
features.
or can I try to counter?
Yeah.
Because I think you're about to
go
say
ahead.
it, but like I think the issue with like in your suggestion, right? Like you got a lot of money and you're in a leading man's chair and you're making all the decisions to make the game have the highest chance to flourish. I think the content creator route, the problem is that like at the end of the day, the game still needs to be fire and it still needs to have the content to keep the people. And I think what will happen is that your game would come out, it would have a massive injection of players from the very beginning, and then maybe 6 months down the line, we'll look at the Steam charts and we'll start to see it trickling off if the game isn't popping in the ways that it needs to be, right? So I think like
I've got a plan B.
Okay, what's the plan B?
Yeah, so I 100% agree. An influencer playing your game is only going to last so long. I think of something like Among Us. Among Us is a trash game. I still play it, but it is a trash game. No one cares about it. But it got big because Tassan and all them lot played it, right?
Yeah.
That's basically the heaviest lift I've ever seen in my life. What I would do to retain the people is I would basically have a really fortified leaderboard system. I think games at the moment are like, this is the ranks, and you can see the list of people with their ranks. I think a leaderboard system with, like I said, like the different like time attack modes and stuff, that could help. I think Tekken used to have it with like Tekken Ball and all that sort of stuff. I think like tapping into like the competitive nature of people, they want to see how they fare against other people. That's
but
all they care
that
about.
applies to the sweat lords though. Your the leaderboards and like perfect ranked like ranking points. What's that phrase? The MMR stuff, like all of that's applying. You're preaching to the choir at that point. Like I feel like you would need to. You would need to like open the door to allow more people to become interested enough to then convert into sweat lords. But currently, that system would appeal to the sweat lords rather than like that already exists, if that makes sense, right? Which is the problem. I feel like you would be repeating the same issue that we're having now.
Yeah, I agree.
You know.
So the reason I was saying like this has to be in the game, I agree with you. This only applies to the sweat lords, but what casuals do is they like to follow sweat lords. I
Bro,
see
sweat
it with
lords
like
is a funny
rivals.
term, bro. Fucking sweat lords.
I mean, I was just, you know me, bro. I emulate. I soak up. That was the word used to me. So I was like, yeah, sweat lords. When I think of rivals, I'm like, there's a lot of casuals. There's more bad players than good players in any game.
Yeah.
Let's say like 9% of fighting game players are bad. They're terrible. 0-2ers, right?
Yeah.
If I go to like rivals, all the casuals know who all the top players are. They know who Flats is, and they will follow Flats. They will watch Flats. They will listen to Flats. And I think that's what a leaderboard can do. The leaderboard is like a kind of cyber verification. So when this person says X, Y, and Z, these people that are lower rank will go, that person could help me get a higher rank, or that person's super cool. I didn't know they liked the same things I did. I'm going to tune into the YouTube, blah, blah, blah. And they will follow that person. And I think I don't really play Rivals that much, but I still watch Rivals content creators to keep me like in tuned with Rivals, even though I don't play. And I think you can do that with fighting games. You can put a player, whether it be like they're from the same region as you, they play the same characters as you, the same color as you, and you can get attached to that person who's connecting you to the game.
I agree, but I just think
possible.
in my opinion, that is reached via a different pathway. I don't think you reach that by having the most robust, super duper optimized, amazing. Like, yes, we do need all the ranked, good rank system, good netcode. We do need all of that. All of the things that you said we do need. But I would focus more on having things in the game that keeps people in the game, in/around the game for longer, to create a greater chance that they see or that they can be exposed to what you're putting in the game. If you just have the latter half, like you're scratching one side of the itch, but the other side requires people to be in the presence of the game for you to even benefit from the systems that you're implementing. And I would argue that some of the aspects that put people in the game for longer are things like PvE, like what Chrome was saying, or different modes, or just being able to show off, like even what we said earlier about like the Street Fighter 6 faces, right? Let's say you could buy, or let's say there was like a rare legendary gacha face that you can get and it's super rare, and now you got somebody who's queuing up for ranked because in the brief 4 seconds where they can show off the face that they know that is super rare, that nobody's got, they might just want to play ranked just to do that. Just to let the other person know that I got the super rare, crazy peace sign face that Jury can do, or like the sticking the tongue out, the crazy like fucking pornography face or whatever, right? Like whatever it is, like that would be a reason for somebody to want to
say the name of the face, but
I can't remember the name. I was thinking of the name as well.
I'll stay quiet.
Okay.
Something. Yeah.
I can't remember. I didn't.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I actually remember what it's called. I'm not gonna say.
so that would be a good example of like just something small that seems small and insignificant on the surface, but in the grand scheme of things, that's actually one more reason to get somebody to continue engaging with the game, which will then allow them to benefit from all the stuff that you're talking about with the leaderboards and that.
So I agree with you, and the reason I didn't say is because so to me, anything that's been done before, I just go, well, I would do that obviously,
Right.
which is bad because that's me thinking that everyone's played as many games as I have, and that's stupid. I think it was in Street Fighter. I can't remember what Street Fighter was. It might have been 4, where you got a special title for winning a special tournament offline, and I think they do it in 6, where you can get certain title. Oh no, Tekken. Sorry, Tekken does it. You get specific titles for hitting a certain rank, and that you're kind of talking about a flex, right?
Yeah.
A flex that isn't tied behind money, because that's kind of like when you get into the whole gacha of like whale. I mean, you can put that in there too.
Yeah.
If you're a whale and you want to spend like £100 on like a specific title, cool. But yeah, you're talking about achievement ranks, the flex. I grant that, yes, you would need that as well. I grant everything you're saying. I don't think we disagree.
Right.
I think the only part me and you disagree on is that it kind of goes back to the evolution thing. For me, the reason I didn't say those things is because they've been done before, where I think the leaderboard thing hasn't been done before. So I'm trying to go, what's something different we can do? Because what we've been doing isn't working. But maybe it's a combination of both. Maybe we need to do the new thing with the old thing. I don't know.
It comes back to innovation, right? Because I could like story modes have been done. But clearly, there's more that can be done with story modes, right? Like we can say X thing has been done, but it can be maximized and evolved in ways that are way more beneficial to the genre, such as World Tour. World Tour worked very well for Street Fighter 6. Not every game can have World Tour, but I think every game can have an equivalent engaging PvE mode that suits that game, and the game can benefit from it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Do you know why I even and like I was talking about story mode should be like a glorified training mode almost, yeah. But
Real
I
quick,
remember.
give me 2 secs.
You go.
I want to go to the toilet.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah, do your thing,
I'll listen. Yeah.
Oh, you can hear us, but you're peeing. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, bro, I'm gonna take my phone. It's gonna be on mute. Don't worry. Everyone, chill.
Bro, listen. Okay, obviously I'm, more comfortable. Maybe people aren't as comfortable, but it's all good. So you're not gonna hear but just know that he's
Doing the thing.
he's he's doing the thing. He's doing the damn thing. So well, I'll say this. And so basically, in terms of why I'm always like story modes and things like that should be improved, is because I remember this was X-Men Next Dimension. Not Next Dimension, because X-Men Evolution's the anime, right? So X-Men Next Dimension, yeah, on the GameCube. I remember playing the game, playing arcade modes, obviously playing all the other characters because I love fighting games, but playing for it, you get to the story modes and it's like Professor X is narrating it. There's a part where like I'm up to that point, I'm mashing, right? I'm doing great, feeling great. And then there's a part where you play as Wolverine. Something happens to him where his healing factor just stops, right? And it's narrated that his healing factor isn't working, but his pride doesn't allow him to tell other people that he needs help and that he's not the same Wolverine that he was like 5 minutes ago. So he just goes on alone and to continue to fight. Fights the next person, less health, not like the healing factor that he had in terms of the perk. I was mashing before, and now it's like, damn, the way I was mashing before isn't going to allow me to like mash in that same kind of way. I have to adapt and I have to adjust, right? And I don't think I was even like the game shit, I'm throwing it off, right? I was just like, well, okay, what do I need to do now? Like, in order to find a way to get, to win, because I've been winning up to that point. I want to keep winning. How do I keep winning? So I need to adjust the way I'm playing. I think that makes a massive, massive difference.
Yeah,
I think,
sure.
and like definitely in terms of the average player, like they care about the things that aren't the fighting game, like ultimately. And the things that aren't a fighting game make a massive difference. You see it in like even most games as well. Like the cosmetics in a shooting game make a huge amount of difference when you're playing a first-person shooter and you can't see them yourself. Fighting games, you can see them. First-person shooters, you can see your arm. And yet the cosmetics, people like
they go crazy.
deeply care about them.
Yeah.
Overwatch, like all the skins, like they care about getting those skins. And the skins look great, so like I'm one of those people as well. But like largely when I'm playing, I can't see any of it. Even play of the game, you can see it on the windscreen, but you can't see it when you're playing. You can't enjoy it non-stop. But what you can do, like you're saying, right, is you're almost enjoying the fact that other people can see like this is like your personality. Like allow people's personality to shine through in the game that isn't simply just how they play, because FTC has largely found a way to make that work, right?
Yeah.
We know how to make our personality shine. We can play defensive, we can play offensive, we can be grappler type patient players, we can, all those things I think have largely been done. I think we've actually gotten that to work. It's just that the devs need to now bring everybody to us. They're trying to bring us to those players, bring those players to us, because those players actually I think largely would be happy to sort of put in the extra effort if they thought it was worth it. And sometimes it being worth it is simply like, the additional things around it that just make the game fun enough for you to actually want to force it. Like, we're in an era right now where like Souls games are extremely difficult to play, and that's the draw. Like, if you look at fighting games, you wouldn't believe that, gamers care about that, but they clearly do care about those things. Right? They're willing to actually accept that that's the draw, because that's the sort of prevailing popular trend. If that wasn't the case, then it would work,
Yeah.
Oh, hey, man, like Rick B.
I was going to say, you
Yeah.
should read some of the comments, because I'm sure people have been commenting.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's just take a little look. Let's see here. So let's see. Okay, so obviously Exceladon before. Well, okay, so this is way back, but we're not going to go all the way back. But Exceladon saying, well, we're from a generation where we had unlockable features, so it was built on replay value, which I agree, right? But obviously, in the PvP aspect of it, right? PvP is like grown massively because of infrastructure that has allowed people to play anybody at any time, which we didn't have like 25 years ago. Wolfie is saying Smash Ultimate has what 72 characters on launch. I don't think it's a thing where people are like, oh, too many characters. It's one of those popular games of all time on the back of casuals, not professionals, which is true. And I'm gonna actually talk about the top 10 highest selling games in all time once I finish reading these. Wolfie also says, I do agree with Charlie on this one. The higher chances of being able to find a character that speaks to you is going to be the overpowering approach to being overwhelmed by both pros and casuals. Yeah, which I also agree, right? And you know, Teledon said the MVC one has the most content out of all of them. Actually, yes, that's probably true, right? I'm also gonna, like I said, right? So I googled what are the top 10 highest selling fighting games of all time, and we're gonna go from 1 to 10. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, 28+ million units. Smash Bros. For 3DS and Wii U, which is Smash 4, 15 million. Mortal Kombat 11, 15 million, right? And it's funny because you will hear a lot of people shit on that game, and yet MK11 sold the most out of all of these games. Why? Well, all the Mortal Kombat games. Why is that, right? Xenoverse 2, Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, 10 million units. Tekken 7, 10 million. Smash Bros. Brawl, 13 million. Mortal Kombat X, 11 million. I don't know why that's doing it out of thing like that. There must be a reason. I'm gonna just check that because this is like a Google search, like a Google AI search, so it's hallucinating like crazy. But Mortal Kombat X 11 million, Street Fighter 4 9 million, Soul Calibur 2 6 million, right? So obviously readjust some of those because some of those numbers were kind of all over the place. But regardless, it appears to be that those are the top 10. Like we just have to readjust it.
Yeah.
And you know, like we were saying before, like Street Fighter 2, like it was in the arcade. Oi! And I got a cheeky follow. Who was that from? That is from 555. Welcome, good sir. Hope you're enjoying what you're hearing and what you're seeing. You're now one of the man, but we're gonna get back to what we're talking about. But thank you for following, much appreciated. Yeah, like what is the sort of prevailing reason? I think largely, if you can look at, you know, much of those games, I would say, aside from Street Fighter 2, I'm gonna now pick up the ones I think don't have much content. Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 4, and I think that's it, right? I think all those other games actually have a large amount of content that you can play outside of just going to play PvP. But it just feels like largely a lot of the time when we think about the top like devs in the FGC space, like they just are about making the game play like a certain type of way as opposed to giving you things to enjoy in the game. If you play any other game that's not a fighting game, you can still play the game and enjoy what you're doing outside of that. I played Call of Duty 4, right? Like both offline and online, and I loved that game. Yeah, that was one of my favorite shooters. Yeah, next to Perfect Dark and GoldenEye and all the rest of those games, right? Time Space 2. But what I got to do is I played the campaign, which was kind of short, 5 hours, right? I loved it. Went online, sweated, right? Then after that, I still played Modern Warfare 2 and 3, but I never played those games online. I played Modern Warfare 2 online for like 5 hours. I was like, I'm not really doing it. But I played the campaign. Number 3, I played the campaign again. I completed that story. And largely, the only game I really played online was the first one. But it gave me things to do outside of that, right? And I think those things are just the things that I feel like we can all see. And do you think the devs can see what we're talking about and you just think that they're just largely ignoring it? Or do you think like they are literally thinking, okay, this is a great way for us to get more sales and gain this target audience? Do you think that like, what do you think that their sort of mindset is? If I was to ask you to laugh as the devs,
I think it's
So obviously I'll
more
skip
of the
that.
latter. I think it's a mixture of the latter and them thinking that what they're focusing on is the right thing to focus on.
Yes.
In most of those cases, but I think going forward, we're going to be seeing more innovation and more attempts to do what some of the other games on that list have been doing, like Mortal Kombat 11, Smash, and well, Street Fighter 6 wasn't on the list, but given that it's a recent example of something that's been popping off in terms of the casual sense, especially over in Japan as well. I think we're going to be seeing more of that. But yeah, I would say more of the latter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
I
look,
disagree.
like
Interesting.
you disagree, yeah? Okay,
Yeah.
before you do, like, I'll just say, like, in terms of some of these games, right? I don't know all of them off by heart in that regard, right? But I would say, like, Smash Ultimate had the least amount of content of all the Smash games, but it still had, like, spirit boards, all these other types of content that still allow people to play the game solo. Also, it just arbitrarily wanted people to unlock stuff like it's 2005. It's not 2005, right? Smash 4 also had the additional content. They stopped doing the story mode in like Smash Brawl, but Smash Brawl is also on there as well and sold a good amount. Mortal Kombat 11 story modes. Street Fighter 2 didn't have any of these things, but they did have the arcade, so that to me is why it sold as much as it did. Xenoverse 2 story modes also insane dearth of characters. T7 story mode as well, good amount of characters. MKX story modes. There was some additional content I forget about MKX, but it did also have a bunch of other things on top of that, right? But yeah, like SF4 as well, arcade, but not really a proper like story mode. It just had like arcade and some other types of things. But it was like that sort of reignition of the fighting game like boom again, right? Soul Calibur 2 had story mode, weapon master mode, etc. Soul Calibur 3, I think it had even more content than that. But Soul Calibur 2 and 3, in terms of content for fighting games, is like of some of the best, to be honest with you. Sorry, you said that you disagreed, so please, if you remember why do you disagree?
Yeah, because most people, I think what the devs see is most people saying, "What, this game ain't got rollback." That's what they see. So I think
Half
they
of the games don't
think
even
that
have
most
rollback.
people. But the other games, I very, very, very rarely hear about other games being laggy. I hear some people go, "Oh, your ping's too bad because you're too far away," but no one's going, "Bro, I got hit by rollback. I missed my shot." The rollback. Like,
You
if
mean in other
anyone
games?
who plays
You mean the other fighting games or other genres of games?
any PvP game, whether it be MOBA, FPSs that are played online, Rivals or whatever, I don't even think Rivals has a PvE mode, but it doesn't matter. When those people, so say take 2xKO for example, right? When League players come over to 2xKO, they'll be like, "Why are my buttons not coming out when I press it? When I'm clicking in League of Legends, my move comes out straight away." So you've got that of people going, "I don't know what this means. What is delayed? What is delayed based?" They might not even know what rollback and delay based is. They just go, "When I go online, everything connects. Everything's connected properly." And then you've got fighting game players saying, "If you don't have rollback, your game's dead." And that literally started the boom after Strive of all games having rollback and shaming games that didn't have rollback. People got blacklisted for saying that connections were bad. Like, I think that's what the devs see. They think online is the most important thing to a game.
Well, yeah, it is very important for fighting games because, like, I think there's a technological reason why fighting games require rollback more so than those other games that can make do with delay-based netcode, right? Like, because of what fighting games are, it's more paramount that they have something like rollback, which is why ever since the advent of rollback, people are like, if you're releasing a fighting game now with no rollback, what are you doing? Because given what the genre is, it's like pretty much required if you want there to be a booming online scene, you need the rollback, right?
I agree, but I think of every FPS, even the old ones like Counter-Strike and stuff like that, even Doom, I can't imagine that those games working without good connection.
Right.
I don't think it. Sorry, I worded that really badly. I don't think there's more of a demand on fighting games than like an FPS game or a MOBA. They all require like pinpoint precision to play properly. There's way too many P's in that sentence. My bad. But yeah, it seems like, okay, fighting games, high execution for sure. But first-person shooters, you've got to be on fleek. On fleek every time. If you want to get a headshot, you can't have delay, otherwise you'll never hit anyone. Well, the good players will never hit anyone, right? So I think I don't know. I don't make games.
Yeah.
I don't know what the requirement is that makes it harder. If it is harder for fighting games to have that.
I'll just interrupt and say that this is a technology genre knowledge check thing, because fighting games are are like surprisingly, what's the word I'm looking for? Like they masquerade as being like straightforward, because especially 2D fighting games, because you're looking at two people on a 2D plane. But like from what I understand, when it comes to networking and fighting games and everything that's gone into it, it's exceedingly more difficult to have like to have the online infrastructure work. Like basically, there's certain genres where it comes easier because of the kind of game that it is. FPS would be more on the easier side, whereas fighting games are like notoriously hard for various reasons that have to get into like technology and the way that the frames are counted and all of that stuff. Like even the notion of frame data and animations, like it's I've heard it explained to me before. I just can't recall the exact details, but it is a case where this may be a thing where, due to the technology and due to the genre of game, fighting games have a uniquely challenging situation on their hands in this area, at least.
That's fair. Like, it's a gap in my knowledge. I just think, well, if a first-person shooter with 10 people at the same time playing,
I know it's
can do it.
Yeah.
And a 1v1, yeah, it's a gap in my knowledge. I can't make it make sense.
Right.
I'm sure there's people that can. I just think it's so far behind, it doesn't make sense. We're so far behind the other games. Well, maybe not now, but we were so far behind before. I mean, even 2SKO is region locked. You can't play people from other regions. You have to make a new account.
No, not actually.
In 2026. Riot, by the way, that made League, they are going, you know what? Instead of people kicking up a fuss, we just want people, we won't have people from EU playing NA because it probably won't run that well.
So just to set out some comments, right? Wolfly Player says prediction with netcode has been used as early as Quake. Overwatch before release did a huge blog about their netcode workings and such. Scout Monkey said Halo Infinite got hounded by the delay. You know, so one thing I'll say, actually, delay aside as well, is I think in terms of fighting games versus like shooters, and really just any team games, is like just the 1v1 aspect actually just makes a massive difference of how and when you would even want to participate, let alone can participate, right? The ability to just palm it off, like in terms of blame, or even in terms of like, let's say there's two things, right? Blame is one big thing, right? People in terms of saying, oh, my team is crap, right? That's why I wasn't able to win this match, is actually, unfortunately, does make a big difference. But what also makes a big difference, I think, is the ability to either play and interact, or the illusion of the ability to play and interact. Fighting games are so inherently about denial of service, denial of interaction when played at a high level, that you even at many times, right, get many devs attempting to try and find a solution to this. How do we still allow people to play? Soul Calibur 6 had reversal edge. Like, Soul Calibur games inherently are extremely aggressive games, right? Especially if you don't know how the other person plays and what to do in those situations. Now, those things mean that, like, because of that, we get a reversal edge. We get kind of reflects, crossover in Marvel Tokon. But we get these means of how to sort of try and get people to play for as long as possible and extend neutral for as long as possible. But ultimately, what happens is when people don't know what they're doing, they're going to be getting rolled. And when they're getting rolled, what are their options while they're getting rolled? Blocking in the right direction at the right time. Like, what direction to roll and wake up? Things that are keeping you alive, but not things that make you feel like I'm sort of playing in a way that I'm winning, right? Shooters, right? You can largely get shot. You can spawn up in the area. You can run back to the area that you once were. That part where you're running and you're doing all this other stuff, actually, to these people, is like that you're playing, right? That you're interacting with the game. Fighting games don't allow you to do something like that, and that's why it struggles much more than all these other types of games. League of Legends and Dota, right? I've not played League, but I played Dota. Dota is a brutal game in terms of once it snowballs, right? If
It's a long day.
Are very
It's
a long day. If you're very familiar with the game, you know that what I'm doing right now makes no difference. But you can still go into lane and do a laning phase and still like hit creeps and feel like you're playing the game, even though technically, are you playing the game? You could probably hit the creeps now from now until Kingdom Come, but you've died so many times, or teams died so many times. The game's actually done, but it doesn't feel like it's done.
I don't know about that one, bro. People are doing when someone's killed like I don't know what to call it in other games. In Smite, it was like dragon second encounter of the dragon, where you get like loads of gold and you basically snowball from there. Once that interaction's happened, yeah, you could go back to lane, but you're cussing, bro. You're cussing. That whole like last 20 minutes of I know we're gonna lose, and you're kind of bargaining with people to be like, don't quit, bro. Don't. Oh my gosh, someone. Our jungle is just fucking DC, bro. Can this game just end? It's 5v4. That happens where in fighting games you just go next. So I think yes, technically you are still playing, but you're fuming as you're playing. And you know what it's like when people play those MOBAs and they never look happy. They're never happy.
So just quickly as well, yeah. Oh, sorry, go on. Faves was saying?
That was it. There's just yeah, you're still playing, but they're not happy. Where fighting games, you lose. I think they should add bots. Probably people won't like it. But I was playing Marvel today, Marvel Snap, and I was like, bro, this bot, bro, robbed me, skanked me, because I looked at the cards they played, and I'm like, that's not a real deck. You literally are AI, and you're just generating the card you need to beat me. I know what you're doing, bro. That deck don't play Cosmo to stop reveals. I know you're skanking me. But if fighting games have ranked bots, when you lose enough time, just throw them against a bot.
You know what's funny actually, in that what you're saying there is that I think, even though it's deceptive, right? 10 years ago, what Marvel Rivals does, because Marvel Rivals in casuals, if you like lose X amount of times, they put you against bots, right? And then you stomp them and you feel great about yourself. But initially, people didn't realize they were bots. And then when you beat the bots X amount of times, they go, okay, you're good enough to actually go back and so you get that whipsaw of like sort of great game, horrible game, great game, horrible game, because you're just like, well, why the hell have we, just lost this so badly, but we won this one so well, right?
But
I do think that kind of makes a difference.
You should say it's bots. Always have like AI before.
It's an ego thing. They want to stroke the
yeah.
ego of the player, so they're never gonna like sort of actually admit that, even though it's true, right? But I don't disagree with you. I actually think like what's gonna happen is people are gonna be like, oh, so you think I'm so bad that like you put me against bots? Fuck you, I'm not gonna play this game, right? That's probably gonna be the response, right? And that'll be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, but largely I think in terms of how some of these games are, it's like that one has found a solution that's within playing the game, but it's still finding a way to like sort of not remove the friction, but just moving around, right? Delaying the friction sometimes, delaying the certain things that you have to run into. And I think with fighting games, like the 1v1 aspect is just so brutal.
There's no escape from block stun other than to unplug. That's it.
Yeah, and I think honestly, if you think about fighting games maybe 30 years ago, right, 25 years ago, if you was to put some of us in that situation, or all of us in that situation, I think some of us wouldn't be here, right? And that's kind of crazy to say. It's not me even saying that they're like necessarily you're a bad player or something because you're not here. It's just like if it was to be that you just go straight online and you just absolutely mullered, some people need like the sort of preamble, right? They need the sort of slow, gentle ramp to then get to that part, right? I didn't go initially on Kylera and GGPO immediately. What I did was I was playing those games so much, and then I found out, hey, I can go online and play against other people. That's sick, right? Like I've played against like friggin' Shinakuma and Ultimate Rugal and CVS2 a trillion times. I've played against like all these other like super bosses trillion times. Let's go against these other guys, right, and do this other thing. And that was cool, but not everybody's going to be able to initially get in and be like, I'll be of that exact same mindset. I think what fighting games do is they filter out that specific speedrunner almost like mindset of what you were saying before, where these guys are so stubborn in terms of self-improvement and repetition that they're willing to go through this negative aspect of it, of getting absolutely destroyed, to then refine. But does everyone have to be of that mindset in order to enjoy fighting games? The answer should really be no, right? Because it wasn't no 25, 30 years ago. Mortal Kombat wasn't telling me to just refine until I got to Mortaro, Goro, freaking, you know what I mean, Shao Kahn, Shang Tsung. Then I had to like actually find a way to refine. Before that, I was just enjoying the fact that the game was like test your might, test your sight, all this other shit that FGC would be like, this is bullshit.
I
It's
think
not
players
bullshit.
do that though. I think players make people want to refine. Even if you're
Mm-hmm.
looking at speedrunners, with speedrunners, it's the person who got a faster time than them. That's when you have to refine. It's like, oh, someone beat me by 10 seconds. Let's see if I can improve. It's like the ghost thing in like Mario Kart, and they've got ghosts in Tekken. You've got ghosts that you can fight the AI version of you. So
I did. Do you know what? I used that, and I used that back in the day because I didn't. Obviously, T5 wasn't initially online, right? I played Ghost Mode, and I thought that was amazing because what they were doing was, if I remember correctly, they were taking arcade ghosts and they were placing it in the game. So technically, it was like a pseudo online. You weren't playing against that person who could like adapt in the same type of way. But what you were doing was you're playing something that was different to the AI. And it was actually closer to people.
Yeah.
You just didn't realize that. You were playing Ghosts. It was random names. You're like, what the hell, right? But they were pulling from those arcade users and just throwing them into the game, and it was doing a great job of like giving people that level of variety, right? On top of, Tekken's had less content, right? Sequentially as the game has gone on, kind of like what we were talking about before, where Charlie's saying, in this day and age, it's not really feasible to have the level of content we once did. But unfortunately, I think fighting game fans are going to look towards those old games and say, well, we had the stuff back in the day and it was old and it was great. Where's the stuff that we had? We need that stuff again. And clearly, I think sometimes even the sales reflect that they need that stuff again. So now it's just up to the game devs to actually bring that stuff back, right? Not for us, but for them, right? And from them, maybe of 100,000 people who play story mode and enjoy it, right, and go online, and it filters 80,000 of them, right? That's 20,000 more that we would have had more than if we didn't have that. So it's like a net positive for fighting games,
I think the question I asked, to like go back to the whole article and in and of itself, is why do we? Well, I say we. Why does the fighting game community think that they can tap into the other? Was it the other 9% of people? Like something professional cup stacking. I don't know if they're going, how can we tap into the rest of the community? Like all these other people. Some people aren't into cup stacking. Like that's just it.
My
Professional
guess,
pencil sharpening. Like
my personal opinion / guess is that I think people like the article writer, was it Wheatbix, right? I think, and if this is what he's thinking, I sympathize with it. I think it comes down to people believe that fighting games inherently have more potential because of how great they are. Just like the Tokido line, right? Some fighting games are something so great. And I think when we all feel that, some of us will feel that and feel like, yeah, they're great, but they don't need to. I'm happy with where they're at. I think that they've kind of like reached their ceiling, and I'm fine with them not really growing more. Whereas some other people think that no, they are great and they deserve to be seen by more people. Are they going to reach the Fortnite levels? Probably not. But I think some people believe that they can go further, especially because perhaps part of the reason why they haven't gone so much further is because of the lack of product design that is going into it, and too much of the focus is let's make a cool fighting game, and it should be let's make a cool fighting game that is a good product at the same time. So I think for me, just to simplify it, I think that it's a matter of looking at what fighting games are and believing that as a genre, they are really amazing and they have a lot more to offer, or they're really amazing and more people should see how amazing they are. Because I still think to this day that like when it comes to esports and like PvP games, I think fighting games as a spectator sport should be at the top. And I think it's mind-blowing how they are not. And maybe it's a thing where that there's something that we're missing, and that there's something that like other games that they just do it better or whatever as a spectator sport. But even if you look at boxing and MMA and just like sport fighting, it's very easy to understand two people usually fighting against each other. Like I don't know. I just think it just, for me, it's a matter of looking at the genre and believing that there's a lot more potential there.
Well, I agree with you. Just oh wait, before you, I'll just quickly say that I also think that fighting games are so visually clean that I actually agree with Charlie in that regard. That they're so easy to understand. Boxing, right? Even though boxing is the sweet science and it's insanely intricate in the minutia of what they're doing. People seem swinging and duffing, they're like, yeah, duff him, and if he goes down, you win. Sick. I get it, right? Sorry, what you saying?
I thought about this a lot, and I think I spoke to Charlie a little bit about it when we spoke about. I don't know if I asked you the question about Evo moment 37.
Yeah.
The Daigo parry, and I remember having a conversation with like commentators about it, saying if you showed someone this clip without the audio, would they find it hype? And I'm like, I don't think they would. I think there's so much prerequisite knowledge you need to know to understand how hype the parries were. And I was like, I don't even know if the parries would be hype to someone who doesn't play a game with parries. And when I look at other games, there's a dopamine hit that's so visceral in other games. So when you play first-person shooter, bang, head. You get a skull on your screen, bang, head, another one. You keep getting those heads, quadra kill. That's what you hit. You get such a hard dopamine hit out of other games. Same with MOBAs. When you see one person and the rest of the team is grayed out because they're dead, I don't need to explain that to someone that someone did a 1v5. You can see it. Fighting games, the dopamine hit is when you finish someone off. That's what is in other, even with boxing. When you knock someone out, that's the, oh my God. Fighting games, you don't have that hard hitting dopamine. We get it, or people that play fighting games get it when they do something executionally hard or like a really dirty mix, right? But for again, a normie, watching the Daigo parry, which is like our greatest achievement, I actually think it's Justin Wong with the Cyclops comeback. I think that's way more visceral for a normie to understand. Oh, that's super sick. What? Cyclops isn't even that good and he did a 1v3? Mad. But the parry doesn't do anything to someone who doesn't understand the game.
I think with this,
Where
so
every
I disagree.
game
I disagree with
necessarily-
that heavily. I Omega Ultra
Okay, go
disagree
on.
with that. I think that. Well, first I want to
Go on.
ask what was the purpose? Because you asked if you took away the sound. What was the point you were making with the
Yeah.
lack of sound?
If you took away the audio from the moment 37, for me, what makes that moment hype is the crowd roaring and the commentary. If you
Yeah,
take that away, someone's gonna look at it and be like, okay, and what?
Yeah, I disagree.
Those things do factor in, and they are very important.
Yeah.
They are very important for sure.
Like,
Right, but
I know.
yeah.
I know that there are people like I've spoken to and know people who don't even play fighting games and like maybe if you showed somebody who doesn't play video games at all, maybe they wouldn't really get it. But anybody that's played any game, especially any competitive game, can see that when they see the Daigo parry, something quite unique just happened. And because it has remnants of the Justin Wong comeback, it's just not as profound because Justin Wong had to come back against 3 other characters, right? But you could see that in the Daigo in moment 37, Ken had very low health. It was like one hit away from dying. That's a very seeable thing, even by somebody that doesn't play fighting games. You got this bar over here is almost empty. This other bar over there is almost full. The person with the almost full bar is probably going to win the round. And then what happens, right? Like I agree that the crowd enhances it, but I disagree that if you show somebody that without a crowd, they wouldn't understand that it's a cool moment that just happened.
Can I add real quick?
Yeah.
Not to cut you off. It's I kind of brushed over it, but it's the prerequisite knowledge to the parry. So if you showed someone that, they might assume that the parry's hard. But imagine if the parry was just hold forward. You don't have to time anything, you just hold forward. That kind of takes away the coolness of it. But when you see like a MOBA in a 1v5 or a quadra kill, you know that couldn't have been easy. Like
Right.
you don't need any knowledge in the game. So yeah, I think it's a combination of the hype and that you have to explain why the parry is difficult for someone to go, oh, now that's hype.
Yeah.
If it was
So
easy so yeah.
No, I think I tell you what. I think that the crowd response and the commentators is what conveys that it's not easy. I agree that on a technical level, they wouldn't initially completely understand why people are getting hype, but they understand that people are getting hype, which must mean
Yeah.
you know, right. So it's like I
Other games don't need
agree.
that.
I actually agree. No, and I actually initially agreed with what you're saying in the sense of like okay, we can't initially see why this is hard because to us we don't know it's like 7 frames. Like if we haven't played the game, we just know he's flashing and man tried to kill him and then he like clapped back and he killed him and everyone got hype. He must have done something cool. I think wombo combo in Melee is actually more visually
Yep.
understandable in a sense of man, like they're all fighting and all of a sudden 2 men just start bouncing them back and forth, you know what I'm saying, and just knocking them off the stage and then kill them.
I
Like,
think
it's a
that's
very
more
easy to
impressive when
understand
you know DI's in the game. Because then you're making a
True.
read of when they're gonna fall. Without the DI bit, you're just like, oh, they couldn't do anything about it. It's the same with like Rivals. When someone gets, or any game with CC, like what's the I know Path of Exile, I think it's got CC stuff, right?
Yeah.
If you just CC an enemy over and over again, you'd look like, well, they couldn't do anything. They literally couldn't fight back. And I think you get that with fighting games. When someone's in the combo, it's like, well, what are they meant to do? Like,
Yeah,
you've got,
I hear that.
there's no awareness. Where in like MOBAs and FPSs, there's no block. you move or die. That's why I really like Multiverses, by the way. I like that game because there was no block. It was constant movement. And all the other games, I agree with what Charlie was saying. When you have the context, which is easy to understand, you don't have to explain to your nan about health bars. The one that's lower, bad news is on the way. Like danger, Will Robinson, like 100%. And then the parry is like, oh, they're not dying. They're doing something to deny the other person. Yeah, the context, cool. I think the bit, again, vibe-based, is the dopamine hit of it. I think it's just more visceral in other games. Like
I think MOBAs is less visceral. You
Yeah, I
know,
was
I
just
actually
about to
think
say, yeah. I think this is a genre dependent thing.
it's less so.
Because MOBAs,
Maybe
I
I'm
think,
biased,
yeah,
maybe.
I think MOBAs, like with the viewpoint being like isometric top down, there's like you're literally further away from the action, right? Technically, and also I think MOBAs require a bit more understanding to understand why something is cool. Like similar to the argument that you're making with the parry. But I think there's probably going to be
mechanically, yeah.
a taste thing, yeah, probably a bit of a taste thing, I would say.
That's a visual, like you know what's funny as well is actually like this is another like sort of controversial opinion and like hot take here is I actually think I think Tekken is less visually obvious than people
Yeah, I agree.
would claim competitively. I think that you need to have a good understanding of how to play Tekken and how what they're doing is like really cool to understand why it's great. What they've done to try and circumvent that is to make the game look visually very like bombastic, syrupy, you know, beautiful, like exciting to see. But that's why they're adding in the things of like, you know, man just freaking heat engaging and just exploding, man. Like, because that stuff is like, you don't need to understand that he just hit a man and then they do the kind of animation that's running in and then like next you know, boom, and then like someone's getting murked. But what will happen is when men are doing small Tekken or they're doing other types of Tekken, right? Like, if you don't understand that, how do you know what they're doing is sick, right? That's where the commentators need to do a lot of heavy lifting. In other games, less so.
Just bring the KI announcer, bro. You know, the combo, everyone knows combo breaker. If you have him or that energy in every other fighting game, you will get the hype of quadra kill from other games.
Yeah,
You
that's a
get
good
that
point, yeah.
because I don't know. You know what? My maths might be bad. I don't know what a quadra is. Is that 4? I guess it's 4.
I think it's 4.
But
Yeah.
all I know is more than one person died, and it was one person doing it. That's all I know. And outside of combo breaker, which I think probably transcends a lot of things that we talk about that are popular in the FGC. Like if I go Ryu, Mortal Kombat, KI announcer, because I think everyone's heard of combo breaker.
Yeah.
You need to put that in every fighting game. Every fighting game.
Yeah, well, that gets into like
counter.
Yeah,
Strike,
it's
Strike something with
basically
counter,
it's
100%.
basically getting into the importance of like sound design and visual like visual design and how important that is, right? Like that's kind of like the Avatar fighting game, right? Like everyone that got into the beta is saying it's very fun, but visually in terms of how it moves and some of the frame holds are a bit lacking, so it's lacking a bit of weight. That game could benefit a lot from some of the stuff that you're talking about, right? Like that stuff is super duper important. I remember I said it with Reflect in DBFC. I always was so confused how Reflect, like when you pull off a Reflect, it's just like a phew. You see the green thing, you see the phew, and then they bounce to the other side. I'm like, why isn't this just the most visceral, like fucking anime clashing sound effect, like to really pump you up. Like I have no idea why they did that.
You know, they changed that. Charlie.
Oh, is it?
They changed it.
Well, it's more.
They
It's
added
more.
perfect reflect.
Oh
It's
shit.
so dead. They just like the screen slows down and the background goes a bit black.
Oh no. So it's still not even like super
That's it.
visceral. That's weird.
No, they just make you look at the animation a bit more. But I agree with you.
Yeah.
There should be like that. I should get whiplash if I reflect you away.
Yeah.
If
yeah.
everyone's moving like 100 miles an hour,
Yeah.
I want to feel my spine jerk a little bit when I get reflected. I agree with you. I
Yeah,
agree
it
with
needs
you.
to stand out.
So I'm gonna quickly say with some of the comments, right? So Scout Monkey is saying that the dev spoke about this as T8 was coming out, direction to bring about a better spectacle. This is something, I mean, I keep saying I'm gonna make the video and never actually make it, right? But you can largely see the sort of reliance or the direction that games are taking to make a bigger spectacle, to make it more visually understanding and visually arresting, right? Scott Monkey also says issue is if the player base is still small, the viewer base won't change much either. So I think here's the thing about with that, right? I think sometimes the devs want us to advertise the game by playing the game well and doing the heavy lifting via the commentary, the content we make, and etc. Right? Kind of similar to what C4 was saying about influencers. In a way, we're all influencers. If we play the game on stream, if we go to a tournament, we're all like influenced in a small way. It just depends on the orders of magnitude, right? I think we do our job in terms of showing people the game. Like, if you look at every time Evo Finals, Marvel 3 was on Evo Finals at like IGN, all the way up to like 2019 or whenever they stopped showing it like consistently, right? Many years past, they were showing that game. And many years past, people are looking at that game's sick, right? So people might have probably, we can't know this for sure, but people most likely said, let's take a look on Steam and see what it's saying. What the Steam review saying? What has it got? Single player? Has it got, this kind of stuff? Oh, it hasn't got this, it hasn't got that thing that I'm used to. And like, that's where I think we open the door to the products and then the product has to shine through afterwards. And most of the time, I think that these games aren't really shining through as a product. I'm going to read out a blurb as well. If you guys want to give another take, you can, right? I'm going to read out a blurb from that article in a second. Is there anything else you guys wanted to say before I just say that, read out?
No, go for it.
No, I'm good.
Cool. And this kind of goes a little bit against what I was saying, which I'm more than happy with, right? At this point, rapidly increasing development costs and stagnating revenues demanded a change in strategy. Tekken Tag Tournament 2 2012 was the harbinger of this squeeze, being one of the biggest flops of the genre to date. Many developers hitched their wagon to esports, noticing the success of events like Worlds and the International, hoping to generate appeal and marketing via FGC events like EVO. They stripped their games down to the bare essentials, focusing even harder on the core game mechanics to ensure they appealed to professional players and broadcasters. Others had their budgets slashed, becoming sideshows to their own publishers' mobile gacha slotware, forcing lower production value. Right now, Tekken Tag 2 is probably one of the most feature and content rich like Tekken games there is. You could argue maybe compared to T5, I would say is a good comparison, but I'd say it probably has even more content than that. And somehow it didn't really work out, despite the fact that I'm saying, add more content and people care about that stuff and it will work, right? But I do think like the move to the esports part, which is what I was saying before about how we're kind of advertising the game. It's like you can't have. I think they said because this didn't work, we're now going to that. But in reality, it's like you needed both. If you did that and then as well as had this, right, they would say, "Oh, I've seen that now. Oh, what's this?" But because they separated it, it's like you get that sort of that disconnect of like, okay, the game's cool. I'm getting murdered online. What else can I do in the game? Arcade modes. What else? Arcade modes. Like you need more, man. You need more.
Agreed.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. If there's any more you guys want to touch upon with that, like, feel free. I know there was like some 2XKO stuff. If you want to get into it. If you don't, then let's see what else we have. Anything else? Anything else you guys want to touch upon in terms of that specific topic?
Let me think. Let me quickly look through the GPT notes that I generated.
And GPT in it up, bruv.
Yeah.
Efficient, optimal.
efficiency.
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh,
Slot, bro.
yeah, like so I think one thing, like, so there's a part that says what's missing, product deficiencies. So it basically lists out a bunch of essential things that all fighting games need to have, but it's kind of like unfortunate because so many fighting games that come out still don't have these things, such as lack of crossplay, reliable online netcode, which we touched on, matchmaking that quickly pairs players at similar skill levels, anti-cheat stuff. I was watching Brian F talk about this. I didn't even realize that SF6 has a bunch of like perfect parry macros that people install, like a bunch of cheating bullshit in that game, probably with a bunch of other games as well. Ranking systems that reflect real
Tekken
skill.
is really bad.
Oh, it's bad in Tekken? Yeah.
Really bad.
Yeah.
They say ranking systems that reflect real skill rather than exploitable quirks, and a comprehensive practice systems that teach instead of just sandboxes. So 2 of these things we touched on a lot, but I think it's important to, or it's a nice thing to remind ourselves that like, again, if a fighting game came out tomorrow, like probably 3 to 4 of these things on this list would not be on there. And I think at this stage it's probably unacceptable. Like, it would behoove any developer to, like, obviously crossplay is a bit tricky because that probably involves like Sony, Microsoft, and like other developers. Like, it's probably not just as simple as them just deciding to have crossplay, but games that do have crossplay is like, it's really welcomed, right? So I just thought that was good to bring up as well.
You reminded me as well, like to touch upon lobbies, right? For example, obviously in terms of the way lobbies will play, how quick it is to get a match, all of these quality of life things that are the most important things in a way in lobbies, right? They should be doing a standard. I think in the direction that maybe Arc Sys and other games have taken lobbies, I think is like it's the beginnings of a smart idea, right? I think if you're pushing people into this lobby where everyone's running around, right? There's times where like some people will run around, they'll see like a top player and they'll start chasing that top player, right? Like, oh my God, like I know that guy, right? I'm gonna see what he's gonna go do. That's cool ideas. What they could also do is just, if you've got a wide open lobby like that, you can only check the playlist and just take who's in the lobby, right? Maybe consider like volleyball, right? It sounds stupid, but a mini game where you're doing stuff that's not necessarily, you know, the actual fighting. You do parts that are just like, okay, meet me in this lobby. We're gonna do this, whatever, right? You're playing that, you're doing that kind of stuff. The lobby fills up. You maybe look around, you're like, okay, this guy's left now. I guess I can just go look at some guys and play, right? But sometimes before, people might just be like, okay, I'm in a lobby, I played, I've gotten battered, I don't really want to play anymore. If those types of things to sort of like be almost a break in the constant cacophony of like fighting, it makes it sound like negative. But the idea of like, I fight, and everyone knows, right? You're in fighting games, it's your mental is up and down. Like, you can get stressed, you can get frustrated, all the rest of those things. That break in frustration, I think, actually would make a massive difference, and would actually help people maybe even potentially go back into the fighting games. Those things are like much more important, I think, than we take give credit. Also, the skins, like we were talking about, right? If you can do certain things to showcase your personality, just showcase your personality much more in fighting games in general, I think can really help people slowly actually, you know, become the fighting game players that, you know, we all consider ourselves to be, right? And we think everyone could be, but maybe they not necessarily are, right? And that's not a bad thing. They play other games and enjoy those games. They play these games and they sort of enjoy these games, but the way that the games are packaged and framed are just not the way that, you know, it doesn't make sense to them. They're too used to all these other types of games, right? How can we give people things that they can still enjoy without impacting the fighting game? You could do what I'm saying, right? And actually, right, let's say in Tokon, right? Because we're talking Tokon. Let's say we're actually gonna add all of those mini games, all that other kind of stuff. People are in there now. They're doing some stuff with Wolverine and Star-Lord are friggin' playing volleyball or they're racing or whatever. They're doing track and field or some bullshit, right? They're enjoying themselves, right? Meanwhile, we're in the corner, right? Freaking sweating, right? I'm sending so much abuse to you right now, saying this is like the worst game I've ever played, but I'm also loving it secretly, right? And these guys can enjoy and then go in, win or lose, come out, do whatever they're doing, win or lose, and then go back in. And, you know, that sort of loop, that they need to start looping it, right? So that I think is much more necessary to do than I think we take credit for. But I think focus on the non-fighting game stuff and lead the fighting game stuff as it is. I think like we understand that this shit works well, and I think we'll be fine, man. Honestly,
Yeah, I wanted to add as well, like bringing it back to Tokon, because one
Sure.
thing we talked about was like, you know, the dress up thing, right? And how some games might not have the luxury of doing that because of the IP. So perhaps for something like Tokon, you probably can't do what Tekken does, or having like a give Iron Man this helmet or give Captain America this jacket, right? You probably could, but not in the same way you can do it with Tekken or potentially with Street Fighter. So that would be one,
So the
especially
corpos are gonna step in.
yeah,
they'll be like, nah.
especially given that we still don't know. I mean, given that we've seen other costumes in Tokon, like not in motion yet, but we saw the screenshot, so we do at least know that the way that they built the character models allows them to do different costumes. But in fact, that's the key point. Costumes. I think right now with the budgets that these games have, I think sometimes it's a case where they're mismanaging the funds in terms of what they should be putting the money into. I think it's embarrassing that a lot more fighting games just don't have a lot more costumes. I think the fact that Street Fighter 6 doesn't have way more costumes than it does is crazy. I think Tokon could easily have like a real huge amount of costumes, like on a Marvel Rivals Overwatch type of thing, because people would buy that, especially because that's like the only way that you can lean into customization with Tokon that doesn't go against the IP. Like you could have, like Iron Man probably has like dozens of different outfits from the series of different comics that he's been in. Same with all the other Marvel characters. But we know Tokon's going to come out, and they're not going to have a bunch of costumes. It's probably going to be, it might even just be the 4 that we've seen at the end of the trailer recently, and then you got to wait like a whole half a year or a year to get shown, you know, the next batch of costumes. I think that's unacceptable now. I think that when a game comes out, like given that you've got the engine to provide for it, you should be ninja starring out costumes like it's no one's business. And I think that's something that a lot of fighting games shouldn't be making that mistake anymore.
I agree. I think cosmetics make a massive difference. I think that's actually what 2XKO largely got right in terms of what they're showing you. Maybe the monetization aspect of it is where a lot of people will say that's way too far, right?
Yeah.
Look at the roster.
Because
We can't ignore the roster.
Oh yeah, and the roster.
Maybe they spent too much time on the costumes and didn't make enough characters.
Maybe.
It's possible, or like maybe mechanically it's like, you know, they worked hard on those 11 characters, and that's why they play as well as they do, and who knows what the rest of the characters will play like. But it's very possible, right? But I think in terms of like the actual cosmetics they've done, they look really good.
Yeah,
they look really, really good in my opinion, right? And they've done a great job. It's just that I don't want to, you know, say exactly how much the costume, because I don't remember. Like if I throw out a number, it's not going to be accurate. But I want to say like, you know, 60 or 70 odd pounds or something like that, like for whatever, like the pack, or £100 for the pack. But like maybe the costumes themselves, maybe I don't know how much they were. Someone in the chat can probably help with that. Whether it's like £15 or whatever.
I think the most was 100, and I think the perfect frame one was like 20 or 30. But apparently the money towards the perfect frame costumes was going straight to tournaments, straight to prize pots and tournaments.
Which is great, which is a great idea, right? But I think still it's like, you know how some businesses will go at the approach of like, rather than let's take £1 from like 1,000 people, we're gonna take like 100 from like 100. Do you know what I'm saying? And that is where it's like some people might feel a type of way, right? There's always going to be whales, right? People have the whale approach, business approaches, and it seems to work in a bunch of games. Would it work in here too? It's very possible, right? That it could work. We'll have to see what 2XKO looks like in a year or 2 or 3's time. But ultimately, like, that is the sort of approach they've gone through for, which is that the diehard fans are the ones who are going to have to pay the most. Is that the way to go? We'll have to see, man. I like me personally, I would have definitely. I'm more on where Charlie's saying, but I think that these costumes should be way less. They should be way less, and maybe as a result of that, they might be taking a hit in terms of quality. So and I think what these guys understand is that the costumes are going to be the advertisement, right? Those Ari skins are going to advertise the game for you, and if they look high quality, that's going to help people like put more eyes on it. Right. So it's not a terrible idea, but it's a risky idea, right? if the game starts to sort of languish, and then like who you've got left, you're still gouging, if you want to use that word, right? That's where you're maybe going to start to struggle a bit in terms of like actually getting a consistent stream of revenue in,
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, listen, 2SKO as well. Like, do you want to go into that one, or do you think we can stay on?
It's
On him,
2:20 a.m. for me, so I'm running out of chakra. So I might have
All right,
to-
no problem.
But you guys probably should.
talk
If you
about-
still got energy, you should probably continue, and I can just like fade into the sunset and then finish the rest of the podcast when tomorrow.
I've got comms in about half hour.
Oh shit! Okay.
I'm gonna
Half hour,
commentate
then
on,
wrap it, bruv. Wrap it. You got to work on that. No problem. Yeah. I mean, listen, we touched upon a good amount of things there, I think, and we can maybe hop on some other time and maybe talk about 2SK, or maybe even elaborate on some of the things that we talked about here a bit more. But for now, I think we could probably just leave it and let you guys fade off. Right? You can Bardock smile and just like fade off into bed, and C4 can friggin' do his comms. I mean, he's basically got the warm up, right? You've been talking for like 2 hours, so
Yeah,
it's all good.
but I've got to commentate an arena fire in it. I'm commentating My Hero, so they're gonna flame me anyway.
Yeah,
Nice.
Yeah,
I don't know what are they like in terms of like the stream chat and the community, man. Like I don't know what they would be like compared to that.
They're like Tekken, but different now. But they'll say 2D like a slur, so that's all that matters. I'll get called
2D.
that.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Filthy
yeah
2D.
2D is the.
He's a dirty 2D. Mad. Fair enough.
They
Listen,
only used to say it to Akuma players, but now they just say it to me because I play 2D games. So yeah, 2D.
All right, no problem, man. No problem. Listen, I'm gonna let you guys fade off and do what you need to do. Obviously, thanks for everyone for tuning in, and thanks to my good friends on the panel here who actually sat through some of the technical issues, which kind of largely contributed to why we're like as late as we are, right? Like we're gonna start a little bit earlier. If you ever hear me say we're starting at this time and we start later, just know it's me, bro. It's not anyone else. It's always me. So, regardless, yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed. We will come back at some other time in the future. Whether there's more Tokon content to actually cover and talk about, or there's some other like FGC related stuff that we can discuss, because I do think this was a good discussion, actually worth doing. I'm glad that Charlie sort of suggested and pushed for this one, and it was actually a great discussion to sort of hear the perspectives. So thank you for suggesting that, and it was a great convo. So for anyone else, if you guys have enjoyed, do be sure to follow on my Twitch here, right? Twitch.tv/Chrome Alchemist. Also YouTube, right? That's where the archive will be. Advancing God TV. That is Advancing God TV, one word, right? And follow me on Twitter, right? Chrome Alchemist as well. And there's a whole bunch of other crap, but we don't really care about any of that. Where can they find you guys, right? Starting with C4.
I am C4IQ on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube. Yeah, it should all be the same. I've got some token stuff in the work. I've got
Nice.
a Dragon Ball thing to announce in a bit, and yeah, that's about it.
Nice.
All right. So what about yourself, Earthbender Charlie?
You can find me on Twitter at EBCharlie, and everything else is Earthbender Charlie on Twitch and YouTube. Sometimes I stream on YouTube, so if you want to come by, watch me chat shit and shoot monsters in the face with my bow and arrow in Monster Hunter, then yeah, come on by.
No problem. So, yes, obviously, in terms of content, like it comes few and far between in terms of Marvel Tokon. We do know that in March, I do believe it's March, right? That we're gonna have the Arc Revo finals, and in that place, we will probably get a playable build of the game that will let us play Danger. So I'm sure there'll be more footage of that, more coverage. We'll have more things to talk about. So and that is going to be likely within the month. So next month, you're most likely going to be hearing from us. Maybe even before then, if we do feel like there's some other things that are worth talking about, I'm sure we'll let you know. So thank you very much for tuning in. Hope we can catch you next time. This has been myself, Chrome Alchemist, C4IQ with the explosive intellect, Earthbender Charlie. who is bending the bed right now. Bed bender Charlie. He is going straight to bed. And yes, sir. And he is busting. Look at the form. Look at the function right now on the
Bro, man's
on the-
tighten like I can't touch.
Incredible. He is
Wait,
voguing right
wait,
now.
let's see what you can
Incredible
tuck.
stuff.
Let me see some tighten, man. Let me see.
Very badly. I was a popper, but I can't.
Oh,
I
shit.
can wave better. I can.
Okay. I wanna
Yeah,
see
you
that
two
next
are
time.
both kindred spirits, bro. You're both poppers, man. Like you're both doing your thing.
Damn.
Oh,
Let me do my
oh,
tighten.
oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh fuck.
Tighten.
Ah,
shit, okay. Okay, man.
Let me
Man,
count.
No,
unleash.
listen, you cannot see it, bro. They cannot see any of this, but it don't matter, bro.
damn.
Just this is what the commentators come and play, man. Oh my god! Oh, no one has ever done this in the history of pop locking, right? So yeah, anyway, we hope that you guys have enjoyed this. You will hear from us again probably next month, but before that, it's also likely we'll let you know in advance. Do be sure to follow and catch any times that we're going live. And yeah, stay out of trouble. Safe, you man. Hope you enjoy. Catch you next time. Safe.
Take care.
And we're done.
All right, good shit.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the patience. I'm gonna do some more, practice dry runs and practice runs to make sure I get all this technical stuff sorted, so we don't have to sit through all of that for like X amount of time and also get distracted with other things. So next time I'll be sure to make that more point. Thanks very much.
All good,
Appreciate
all
that,
good.
man.
Yeah, man. Anytime. Catch you guys on the next one.
Indeed.
Peace.
Safe load. Till next time, man.
Bit.
Yeah, enjoy. Enjoy your Boku no My Hero